Yo, what's up, dude? Hang on, checking. There's no music on YouTube. All right, we're good. Good. I can listen to whatever I want. I'll let the Suno music keep going for a little bit. um, yeah, man. I'm gonna work on some stuff. I'm trying to stream early for the first time, like a long time on the stream. We're trying to see get. I don't know. We're trying to see what happens if I stream. Right now, apparently, it's just like it's prime time on Twitch and stuff. Um, I never get up early enough to stream at this time, so. Yeah, dude, we're see what happens. I'm also gonna try to start doing my streams are gonna be like 6 hours instead of 15. So I can survive, you know? Yeah. I'm gonna get a banana and an avocado and some breakfast stuff real quick. Like the startup message. But we're working on the characters some more. I figured out how to make it where my webcam is in front of the background, but it's behind the characters, you know? And so we're gonna try some stuff here where I might be able to pick up the characters and then throw them. We're also gonna get animations in for a bunch more. And I got it working last night where you can control your character, but the lag is so the lag is so much on Twitch. Like from me streaming on Twitch, there's 1.5 seconds of lag. And that's like the best we can do, you know? So even though I made a thing where you can control your character, it's pretty laggy. Like what I'm gonna have to do eventually is the characters you're gonna have to be able to see them inside of like the window here.
Ad break incoming.
Check it out. Go give it a try though. You can control your guy now. The guy that you have picked doesn't have animations yet. I'm gonna fix that today. Like look, you press shift and it'll toggle between running or walking. But I need to give all the characters like a jump. Oh wait, it's the party. I can't control during the party. Huh. All right. Well, learned something new there. All right, but yeah, I'll be right back. Let me go get yeah, Twitch when you have ad breaks scheduled for every 30 minutes or hour or whatever, they start one right off the rip when you start the stream. I'll be right back. All right. This is the surprise streams. There's always surprise ones. I talked to Claude yesterday, and I'm trying to see what it's like to stream during the prime time hours, which is right now. But another thing I'm going to start doing on the stream is I'm going to limit the stream durations to like 6 or 7 hours. Not going to do any more like 15-hour streams on this channel because that'll let me stick to like a schedule. You know what I mean? Yeah. I might do 2 6-hour streams in one day. But this is the EU like prime time. This is prime time for all of Twitch. Is when it's like 9 p.m. in Europe. And then it's like afternoon in East Coast US, and it's like morning on West Coast. And I just never stream during this time, but I've noticed that this is when there's the most viewers. Yeah, no, dude, Tuso, just go follow my new account, my new channel. Because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to make this channel be more predictable and be up for these like 6-hour windows. I'm gonna try to be like, you know, fully engaged during the 6-hour windows and really like high energy and stuff, you know. And we're only working on fun stuff. Most of your viewers are in the US. We can go look. Last time I looked, it's a pretty decent split. Troy Works, yeah. Yeah, here's my alt channel now, you guys. So the purpose of the alt channel now is like I'm gonna try to have this channel be, like I said, like keep it to 6-hour streams. But make them like engaging, and I'm only working on interesting, cool stuff on these streams on this channel, like the stream games, you know, vibe coding apps and stuff. But I still need I still need to stream to keep myself like focused on working on stuff. So I'm gonna relegate all the video editing and like job application stuff and whatever else that's not as like cool or interesting as of a vibe coding stream. All that's going to be happening on TroyWorks, and on TroyWorks also. I'm not going to bother rating people ever. I'm literally not going to do any intro, outro stuff. Like I'm literally just going to like turn it on. I'm going to do some work like how I used to treat this stream when I first started streaming, and then I'm gonna be like, all right, guys, I'm leaving. Bye. I had to go somewhere. I'm gonna go to sleep. Bye. And then I'm just gonna shut down that stream, just popping on whenever. So that one's where all the video editing stuff's gonna happen, and and all the extra hours too, even on the interesting stuff. So if I reach like my scheduled time limit or something on this stream, I'm gonna be like, all right, we're done here. That was the end of the main show. You know, I'm gonna go switch over to the other channel where I can be a bad streamer. You know, like, which is not be very responsive, not be reading everything in chat, not being very talkative, just doing fucking work, which we did last night. Mystical Cell was hanging out in that channel last night, and I literally didn't say anything for like 3 hours. It was just grinding. Yeah, so that's what the second channel is for now. It'll let me continue to like try to turn this one into a show. Fun show. I don't know why I only see vibe coding streams and know people who really program. Really, people have told me the opposite. Dude, right now, this dude is live right now. This dude's nuts. T Soding, he's only real programming, no vibe coding. And he's highly technical. He explains a lot of technical stuff. He's very good as a programming streamer. His text is all like zoomed in so you can actually read what he's doing. Productive dude, did you find the controls? The character? It works, but my stream has a second and a half, 1.3 seconds of latency, so I got it working, but it's not like the best thing in the world. What we're going to have to do is we're going to have to put the stream tunes, we're going to have to render in your web browser here. So you can see more of a responsive actions happening to what you're pressing rather than relying on Twitch's stream latency, what your actions are doing. Man, we're stuck on ads on this. I was trying to show you this guy is a very legit real programming streamer. He has a lot of people watching him. Yeah. Eventually you're gonna only see Vibe Coder stream for the most part. I've had people tell me the opposite. I've had people tell me that they were watching my stream because they couldn't find other people that were vibe coding. Yeah, check out this dude's stream if you're looking for a coding stream, like a real one. He Yeah, he's the only real coding. It's very educational. The text is all zoomed in so you can see what he's saying. That guy, you hate him, really? I feel like that if you're looking for a real programming stream, that's a real programming stream, man. Did you see the extended Fable to 12? No, I didn't see. That's not surprising though. A lot of hype around it. Are you excited about that, man? He's always overreacting and saying how you do this and do that. Got it. Nice. Nice, dude. All right, let me find some non-Suno music. I had Suno music on because I was testing. Make sure my music split still work correctly so that I don't get copyright struck on YouTube. I'm going to listen to the Breakcore playlist for a little bit. Yeah, it's just pretty weird for me to literally wake up and go straight into streaming. So eating breakfast really slowly here. I think if a lot of people like this time slot, I'll figure out something where we do some days at this time slot during the week, days of the nighttime time slot. And maybe Saturday is like a 12-hour thing that crosses over both. Not for me, but mainly just because it's something that has hype around it and I can make more videos with it. Nice, dude. I need to watch. I still need to watch your recent video. I want to watch your recent video because I'm curious to see, like, that one's the first one that's results from your video editor that you built, right? Is that the first legit channel or video on your channel that you've made with your own video editor? The Cloud Design one that was 100% edited by AI, cuts and zooms. So let me know what you think. The render came out a little weird. Okay, I'll have to look. You know that guy Mo, Bombitar or whatever, who his YouTube channel is randomly blown up. The guy that like is kind of the AI critic is his brand. No, I don't think I know him. Oh, really? He blew up on Obitar. He blew up on in the Twitter sphere and stuff, and his YouTube channel blew up. Like he was literally at like 20,000 subs in like February or something. When I saw the first video of his that kind of went viral on Twitter. Now he's at 143K. He had he had he had some videos where I could tell that he started using like AI or something to do the editing, because like the flow, like his videos were normally like made a lot of sense and stuff, and then he had this one where it was weird. It felt like 3 different spliced together things in like one video, and I was like, dude, I'm pretty sure that he was trying out some kind of automated editing thing, kind of like you're doing that video. For him, it was very obvious. Like I noticed immediately. So it'll be interesting to check out yours, because I did at least watch one of your videos before you used AI for the editing. Watch the Claude one. It's tougher on AI edit as good as I can. Yeah, I don't think it's good for the editing process for me at least. Part of it I think is because my dialogue is not good. I say and like a bunch because mine's like live. I'm not doing intentional takes. So mine's really rough. There's so many micro little words and micro edits I have to do for just a short to take out ums and likes and buts. But then sometimes I do need to keep a like or a but for the sentence to make sense. And I'm pretty sure AI would not catch those moments where I actually do need one of those words. It's like a connector. You know what I mean? Dialogue is terrible. If I recorded better, it'd be good, but I retake so much. Interesting. Yeah, so far I just don't think AI can edit. There's, for me at least, there's too many times also where you can tell AI like make it so you automatically strip out all the silences in a video. And that'll work great for 90% of use cases. Sometimes I need the silence, but it's only 10% of the time. Because like I'll take out the silence on every single part in a short, but then I'll leave like one silence in there somewhere to have some break. You know, at least have one moment of pause rather than it just being like 0 moments of pause. So there's, I don't know. I feel like there's too much artistic decision making that the AI can't get. Weird. I do notice that Fable edits the videos way better, so it gives me hope that future models will be able to work better. That's interesting. That's really cool. All right, so we're gonna do. You guys notice my camera? My camera is inside of the character world. It's no longer my camera feed straight out to OBS. And I did this so that I am in front of the background art, but I'm behind the characters. I'm gonna move the camera a little more left here. Right. So we're gonna clean up the environment art, like the sky and stuff off these plants. And we're gonna separate out a foreground layer of the grass here, and the foreground layer is gonna show in front of me and in front of the characters. And if you notice too, I moved them up like a little bit. They're moved up like a tiny bit, so it looks like they're actually standing kind of semi 3D in on like the dirt path. You know what I mean? Instead of them hugging the bottom edge of this super cleanly. Uh so it makes them look like they're on the dirt path, and then when we add the foreground layer of grass in front of them as they're walking, it's gonna really uh really it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna increase the cohesiveness, and it's gonna make it look more like a legit like 2D side scroller game. Guys can control the characters now, but the latency is pretty atrocious. The latency, just because of broadcasting streaming latency, is makes it unplayable. The latency going, it's 1.3 seconds of latency right now on the stream, which is pretty awesome considering I'm streaming at 2K, you know. But it's not awesome for trying to jump around and control a character in a side scroller. But I watched the first episode of Cowboy Bebop. So you talk about it a lot. I don't watch much anime. It's good so far. Yeah, it's very, dude. It's very, it's kind of like a little bit of like a highbrow artsy anime. That's why so many people in general kind of like hold it in high regard. The guy that directed it and made it, he's super into like jazz music and stuff. So it feels like kind of classy, but also like I watched some stuff that was kind of similar from that same time frame, and the quality of the drawings and the art in Cowboy Bebop is very insanely high quality compared to other stuff that came out in that same time frame, late 90s. It's kind of in its own tier. Is ahead of its time. Yeah, dude. The way that they thought about the world as well in terms of a sci-fi sense is very like kind of realistic in like a weird way where like I don't know. I don't want to spoil too much. The way that Earth is in it like kind of makes sense. It's cool too. It's scoped to like our solar system. So it's somewhat kind of believable. It's like they're only moving around between like Mars and the moons of Jupiter and Saturn and stuff and Earth all the time. Guys, like the one on Netflix? Which one? Is there a Cowboy Bebop thing on Netflix? Yeah, I just finished Cowboy Bebop. That was my second or third time rewatching it. I forgot how the ending went. It's pretty crazy. It was nuts. Live action one? No, I haven't seen it. Let me go put my dishes up. Be right back. Hmm. Got banana, and then finally good to go. Boom, boom, boom. I think I got a lot of ideas for stuff we can make YouTube videos out of things that we've built over the last couple months. I actually think the 3D web browser that was inspired by Cowboy Bebop might be a really good, easy, short one to do first, and that'll be a really good one to post on Claude AI subreddit. You know, I think it'll inspire a lot of people's imagination without them necessarily having to be into video games. Because I don't know, it's cool. It's cool as shit to me to fly around through the internet in 3-dimensional space. Like, I feel stoked now. There was more of that in Cowboy Bebop where they're surfing the web in 3D, and I was just like, I know what that feels like now. I'm one of the only people on the planet that knows how that feels. That's kind of a crazy thing to think about. Here's how far I got on the DAW so far.
Ad break incoming.
So our DAW is being completely made with only the $20 codec subscription because I had 3 resets on it. And I was like, what can I possibly burn through 3 resets on codecs with? So we're making an entire DAW, digital audio workstation. Oh, add gremlin attack. Nice. All right. Oh, we're missing the follower goal for the day. Oh, didn't reset. Huh. All right, we don't need that, Claude. Hello? Name this pain prone character, Claude.
Got it. This pain is now prone character Claude.
Name this pain stream tunes, Claude.
Got it. This pain is now stream tunes Claude.
Name this pain video editor, Claude.
Got it. This pain is now video editor Claude.
Name this pain sound codecs.
Got it. This pain is now sound codecs.
What's up, Mirror the Master? Happening. I'm trying out streaming during the prime time Twitch slot today. Trying to take it seriously, a little bit on the stream because it's actually got some momentum. So we're gonna see what it's like to stream during the prime time today, and yeah, man. Focus on only like doing cool, exciting stuff on this stream. I'm not gonna wander into doing anything too boring. We're gonna try to concentrate this channel into being only fun, flashy stuff. It's kind of weird for me to wake straight up and go straight to streaming. Normally I have such a long morning routine. Making eggs and cooking and going on walks and going to the gym and stuff. Um, okay, let's clear this guy out. Let's. All right, hang on. The characters are gonna get messed with a little bit. There we go. Okay, I had to adjust the camera. What is your Hermes agent voice running on? I already asked about this, but how do you guys this tool calls so fast to OpenAI real time? No, Claude wrote it so it recognizes keywords and specific command. Some of the specific commands completely bypass doing an OpenAI call. So the panel naming, sending the text, routing the text to different panes and stuff, to the different Claudes. And if I ask it to do a stream command, like if I go like I'm on my leap today, bro. The leap's plugged in. It worked earlier. But anyways, like if I say like stream command customize,
Running the customize command in chat.
like those things are happening so fast because it's just bypassing the AI call. It's just a like hard coded listening for keywords, and that's how it's really responsive on the things that matter, like the scene switching in OBS, the stream commands, and sending the text to the different Claudes. So it's not actually using the AI brain almost at all, really. You know what I mean? Yo, what's up? God Electric Zero. Yo, you able to watch my stream today? The loading for you on mobile today? Is the exact match speed though, or is it flexible? You said a little bit different. If you said it over time, you have to catch all those variations in because the speech to text model, it messes up still. Even though Parakeet's better than Whisper, it'll mess up on like weird like Krita. Like if I mention Krita, the image software, it'll sometimes think it's crit A, like the word crit and then space and the letter A instead of Krita. There's a bunch of stuff. So what happens is, I have another Claude open for Hermes, like tweaks and changes um to the master agent stuff. And every time I run into some kind of thing where I feel like I pronounced it very clearly in the mic, add it to, yeah, exactly. That's what it does. Over time, whenever I have some, over time, as I've had some case where I feel like, okay, I said, I'm pretty sure I said that pretty clearly. I go and I tell Hermes Claude, like, hey, I just said this command and it didn't work. Please look at the logs and figure out why. And it goes and it looks, it's like, oh, it's because the model thinks that you said this instead. And like the wording or the pronunciation would be different, or it's like tunes instead of TOONS, tunes, it also catches TUNES, like tunes, like music. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's how, man. There's a lot of times where it didn't work over the last like week or two. And every time it doesn't work, I have to go tell Claude to fix it. But it's only like there's only like 2 or 3 different cases per command type that I run into. But I think under the hood, there's even more ways that it's catching stuff because Claude is pretty good about recognizing that as like a failure case that it needs to build a catch for. Yeah, no problem. Green Team's Claude, prone character Claude. Man, I keep feeling like I need to sneeze. Okay. Well, oh, right. This guy's got me figure out what's going on with the leap. Hey, my leap is not working again for our fist to talk thing. Now it's plugged in, it has power, and it worked like once for me earlier. And then now, for some reason, I keep doing the fist motion and it's not recognizing anything. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the leap. It's very uh off and on whether or not it's working. But it looks like a lot of the usual crews here, but just FYI, you guys, if you want to watch stream without music, the multi-stream to the YouTube channel. The YouTube channel has no music, and I'm keeping it that way forever, I think. Implementing review Z-layering. Okay. So we have my camera feeding through the application that the characters exist on. Now what we need is we need all my VFX on the camera to we need all the VFX on the camera to work again. Hey, okay, so it's working. It looks good. There's no tearing or anything. The frame rate's good. Can you start working on getting all of my shader effects that I have applied to my camera in OBS to work through our engine? One of them is an outline, a subtle outline glow that's like changing and rotating through some colors. And then the other one is a ghosting, like trail effect, like as I move. And the third one is like EQ bar visualizer that wraps around me and it reacts to one of the loop back like video feeds. There's an FFT EQ bar source. Here's a screenshot of what the settings look like for the shaders on OBS camera. Give it some screenshots here of my settings for the OBS camera. All right. He's gonna work on restoring all the cool effects that are on my normal default camera, because right now we've lost all those because my camera feed is literally coming through the program that's running the characters. See, and this is how we're able to change like how I am layered as a camera feed with the characters, and how it's how eventually we're going to be able to pick you guys up and throw you and stuff. Is by having my camera feed here, because it's going to be in a shared coordinate space with the characters. But we lost all our shader effects in the process. Fix that. I want the VTuber to be in here too eventually so I can layer him correctly, but also I think he would be a lot more performant on my computer if he's running in my engine instead of Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine's a bit of a resource hog. Is this yawn coding? Yeah. Hiteus, what's up? This is my first time streaming this early. Long time. I literally like woke up. I woke up and was only awake for like 15 minutes and turned on the stream. Did you, sir? Thank you. Yeah, the stream's been growing really fast. I mean, fast by software and game dev channel standards. You know, it's pretty small over here typically, but see Twitch. But the vibe coding movement is like it's changing the landscape of this channel. Yeah, what the hell? There's 9,000 people watching this channel right now. Is that Quinn guy streaming under here again today? There's all these like normal like gaming streamers are dabbling in vibe coding games now. So this channel is getting put on the map again. Yeah, this guy, Quinn69's normal like a normal ass streamer that normally would play games. But he's getting into vibe coding apps and like games now because of Claude, you know? Yeah, and BridgeMine's gaining a bunch of momentum. So it's pretty crazy. And so I did some research, and yeah, this is the prime time to stream on Twitch. And I never stream during these hours. I'm always asleep because I stay up till like 4 a.m. You know what I mean? And it's also been frying me staying up till doing streams from like till like 7 a.m. and then literally going to sleep right before the prime time kicks in. So we're gonna see if I can more consistently do streams during this window. And I'm only gonna stream for like 6 hours, 6, 7 hour windows now. And I made a second channel for all the extra hours that I want to binge stuff or do more boring things. And we're gonna try to make this more like working on cool ass shit like the whole time. You know, we're gonna vibe code cool stuff. But yeah, I was gonna show you guys. I don't know. I looked at rankings in terms of average or hours viewed. I'm like number 88 right now in this channel. And then in terms of growth, I'm like rank number 50. Oh, we need to get this guy to fix the follower bar up here should be reset for today. Let's get a Claude to fix that. You should stream on X too. I used to, and I streamed on X for like 2.5 months, and it didn't do anything. The only person that showed up on X and discovered me was like one of my longtime friends, basically. But I was streaming on X every day, and then when I switched to Linux, I couldn't get I can't get the streaming to work using the multi-stream plugin that I have. But I'll try again. I'll figure it out. Yeah, like literally I have like 2 months worth of streams are on X. But oh yeah, my stream where I literally installed Arch, by the way, is on X as well. If you guys want to see me install Arch with the help of Claude. How's Kick doing? Kick, there's only like two rando people that have shown up that were real, and they were both very cool. They still show up from time to time. We're live on Kick every day too. What's my terminal setup? Ghosty, Tmux, Cloud Code Agents. Yep, that's exactly it, dude. I liked Ghosty by itself. I didn't need Tmux until I wanted to start giving the panes specific names for my Hermes to route to it, you know. We can remove the audio reactive glow now because we're doing the FFT. Bozy, thanks. I do feel like I have one of the best setups, and I feel like I'm one of the best vibe coders on Twitch. No lie. So that's why I want to try to take it seriously in terms of like streaming during these more primetime hours, and you know, posting shorts way more consistently on YouTube, and just take it way more seriously, because I think like we got some cool shit here to we can build a cool community. Like Bridgemine's making like it's kind of I feel like it's kind of the snake oil. It's kind of the crypto thing a little bit right now of the vibe coding thing, is like, or the snake eating its own tail thing, the Boro thing of like the loop of like using vibe coding to make tools to make vibe coding faster, to then be able to vibe code the tools that you're making and make vibe code faster to vibe. You know what I mean? Like there's this whole like super constant loop of these people this wave of people that are like, look at how good I'm vibe coding. Look, we're vibe coding's awesome. We're vibe coding so much right now, and they're vibe coding a tool to make the vibe coding vibe harder. And instead of like, we're building an entire audio DAW, we're building a video editor. I built a whole game engine. You know, I built a crazy Linux Rice that's integrated with the stream. So I just don't see as many people that are literally like, I know a bunch of people that are trying to reconstruct their own Adobe alternatives and stuff, but I don't see that many people streaming that kind of stuff in Twitch right now, even though I do know a lot of people personally that are taking on these ambitious projects of replace Adobe, replace, you know, Ableton or whatever with their own vibe coded solution. I just don't see it as much, the channel. So I do think we have something unique going on here. Um, what plugin do I use for multi-stream? Atom and OBS. Persons that are real says it all. I was just checking out which tools I should consider on top of Tmux. Okay. Thought to start testing with Herder, but Workmux looked most promising. What is Workmux? You're the master. His viewers are vibe coders, so making tools for them is what sells. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a good thing. I think there is a market for that, and there's a lot of work to be done in trying to make a tool for vibe coding to be more efficient. I think right now that is one of the smarter things to do, because this is the time that the winners are going to start to be decided in that space, like Cursor, right? So it's kind of one of the only new frontiers right now in software development, right? It's like how phone apps were 15 years ago. There was still a new frontier. And right now, one of the only new frontiers, because everything's been done a million times in software, is making tools that are AI, that are for managing your AI, Workmuts, Giga opinionated zero friction workflow tool for managing Git work trees and Tmux windows as isolated development environments, perfect for running multiple AI agents in parallel without conflict. Okay, this seems kind of cool. Yeah, I don't know if you've used the Oh My Codex harness, Omex. But that thing messes up. If I have to open a new window if I am using it with Tmux. I can't have a pane split and run my open codex or whatever. Or the Tmux gets all jumbled up when it tries to spin up teams. So it seems like Workmux is solving whatever that bug or issue is with Tmux. Dude, this looks sick. This kind of looks like BridgeMine's thing with like workspaces on the left here, and then you have multiple panes for your workspaces. This kind of looks like that, but just more tightly integrated with Tmux. Give it a try, man. Let me know if you like it. If you try it, I'm curious to hear what it's like. The only reason I didn't want Tmux, because I like kind of keeping things simple. I like keeping things pretty simple, but I was forced to use Tmux so that I could do physically replug it. Please unplug the Leap's US. All right, let me see if we can replug the Leap. Herder is a Tmux replacement for agents, whereas Workmux wants to own the workflow also, thus create sessions and work trees. Interesting. All right, we have our fists to talk back. The Leap's working again. So I'll show you. This is why I had to have Tmux. Name this pane Z-Layer Claude.
Got it. This pane is now Z-Layer Claude.
So I needed Tmux so I could name all these panes. You see right here. There's it does this automatically, but the automatic names are really long like this. You see where it's got the Claude logo and it says hang on. My whiteboard is on the wrong monitor again.
Ad break incoming.
But anyway, so I can be like, I can tell like, tell video editor Claude. Oh man, hang on, Viditor. Tell video editor Claude that I want to change the selection of the clips to be a like pink outline instead of changing the color of the clip to yellow.
Got it. Sent that to video editor Claude.
Right. So to direct the voice command straight to a specific Claude pane, I had to get Tmux to name these panes here. Brought an ad break. All right, we're back from the ad break. I figure out why my whiteboard app is on the wrong monitor.
Video editor Claude finished the bug fix.
All right, here we go. Oh, got this too. Much better. The key problems with the work trees is that when created, they don't get ignore files like typically .env. Also, you might like to add hooks to set up containers and auto kill them afterwards. There are only a few different single layer meshes around. Yeah, I just don't use work trees. Everyone that tells me about them has said that they're a headache. Sure, stop it. Cat's here. Make everything harder. I just don't use work trees. Everyone that tells me about it said they're a headache. I am just constantly thinking about. I just think about like what you know what code each agent is touching, and I try to keep them in different lanes that just don't overlap. I think in general it's a bad idea to like throw two agents at the same code, like work trees or not. Like that's just a bad idea. There's going to be a lot of things that they step on each other's toes for. And when they're all in the same work tree, they get really smart and they have an awareness of what the other agent is working on. And they kind of have that idea or that context in the back of their head of like, oh, there's another agent working on this part of the code. And they sort of kind of negotiate with each other like very well, in my experience. Hey, you know how we raised the floor for where the characters are walking so it looks like they're more on the dirt path now instead of stuck on the bottom edge of the screen? can you apply that same like pixel bump? This might have happened already, but I would double check. But make sure that the dead bodies of the players are also pushed up the same amount that we raised the floor for them walking on, which I think was only 5 pixels. Evander Cell, you're too slow. You're watching on a TV. Too slow for what? Oh, the power-ups? Yeah. Yeah, you guys can pilot the characters now. I got it working, but here's the reality that I ran into. It's actually pretty responsive going to the server and then coming back down to my computer. However, the latency on Twitch for streaming is like 1 second, 1.3 seconds, which is, that's pretty good considering I'm streaming at 2K. But it's not good for trying to control your character. So what we're going to do eventually, but this is a huge amount of work, so I'm not doing it right now. Eventually, we need to render the characters and everything at the bottom of the screen in your web browser where you are controlling. Yeah, see, like, if you control the character right now, it's only like 100 milliseconds of lag for actually making your character do something. But the time it takes you, like, see, I'm controlling Trickery right now. But the time it takes for you guys to see the reaction is not 100 milliseconds. It's 1.5 seconds because of stream encoding and stuff on Twitch. But here's the link if you guys want to try playing around with manually piloting your dude at the bottom of the screen. If you press shift, it toggles between run and walk mode. And what we're adding today also is we're adding crouching. So you'll be able to hold down and crouch with your character like Maple Story. And we automated the generation of the crouching characters through Open Router and calls to Nano Banana Pro. And Claude managed all the generation of the crouched version of the characters and making the Nano Banana calls. See if we can find it. Yeah, so here it is trying to make prone versions of the characters. That one, she's just like asleep. That one looks messed up. This one looks really good. So this is like an example of a good one. This one, he looks asleep. This one's really good. This one's good. This dude, like, Nano Banana refuses to put this dude in a crouching position. Guy looks pretty silly. The foxes look cool. Or a prone position, I should say, because we're going for the Maple Story look. That one looks good. All these look terrible, dude. I cannot get these right at all. I kind of like that the scientist just sits down. Maybe we'll just keep that. Same with the mage. Did I hear GPT 5.6 is supposed to be better than Fable 5? Did not hear that. I didn't see that. Can't be really for real. There's been no improvements to 3.5 and state of the art. Any benchmarks are there? How's it faring? According to the benchmarks, I'm not sure what you mean There's been no improvements. 5 is way better than 3.5. Yeah. Pay for funsies. Yeah, I was behind. Using your YouTube account, watching on TV, I was just behind on the footage, not on your end. Oh yeah. Yeah, YouTube's a little bit behind. It's fun these days watching major sports as you can hear the results propagate through your neighborhood as their different TV sets are catching up with the stream. The outcome triggers reactions. Oh, that's pretty funny. That's interesting. A goal gets scored and everybody you can measure everybody's latency in real time. Kind of crazy actually. Okay, you guys, what should we do? Yeah, so is this like less fragile now? Is it always going to use my hardware ID instead of the monitor name? I got on my other router and the quality is better now, dude. I love that the ground for the carriers walk on adds depth. Yeah, dude. Made a huge difference. It adds a lot of depth. We're not done yet. It needs a foreground layer for the grass. And that'll really add a lot of depth. It's part of what we're gonna work on today. Yeah, all of you new people, I am multi-streaming on YouTube as well. And the YouTube version of the stream has no music, if you would prefer. No music, FYI. That's the policy I have. So far we're doing pretty good today, you guys. I might stream at this time slot more often. It is the busy time. Okay. So we're juggling getting prone versions of the characters working. No music and chunkier latency. What a deal. That is true, I guess. Leave a memory where you've left off on this. Yeah, go ahead and fix your bug. If you can, be helpful. All right, actually, let's let this guy do his job and let's do a little pain split here. We need another claw to work on. We're gonna get the prone versions of the characters imported. You bought a robot, you're going to vibe code it. Okay, what type of robot did you get? Hey, we generated prone versions of a bunch of the chibi characters. Can you the ones that are the good ones are inside of the individual character folders inside the animations folder, like shown here with Siren 1. Can you take all the good ones that we have ready to go and please import them into the Chibi Tune Edits project in Krita, which is open right now, as a new layer for each of the characters. All right, I'm going to import all the prone versions of the characters into this project where we have all of them available. I fixed a major perf issue with Krita yesterday. Claude found a single-threaded sequential CPU like bottleneck when I would toggle soloing a layer in here. And it would go boom, 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 and it would take like 10 seconds, and it would show every single image flip one at a time. And Claude fixed it where it's doing more stuff in parallel to make flipping like 40 layers like instant. Okay, my cat's playing with a pen right now. She's being ridiculous. Unitree R1. You came in on a crazy break. What's up? And Logic? Yeah, did you come in during one of the fight scenes? What does the Unitree R1 look like? Wait, for real? You bought one of these things? $5,000? Holy shit, dude. It's insane. How tall is it? Is this the one that karate kicked that kid in the stomach? $123 centimeters tall. Yeah, 4 feet tall. Multimodal AI speech and vision integrated. Yeah, what are you gonna do with it? That's pretty crazy, man. Like, it can't like pick stuff up, can it? Just cool. Rich tall, still be scrap anything on its way. I was loud. 8K USD is gonna take a few weeks to ship from China. More expensive than list price due to tariffs. Oh, damn. Dude, the tariffs are working freaking backwards. They're like all of the cost is being passed down to the consumer. None of it's being charged on the importers or the yeah. It doesn't make any sense. Or the exporters, I should say. This one's terrible. It could pick stuff up if you buy the more expensive version with dexterous hands. Yours just has dummy hands. I'm gonna give it a cellular internet and have it walk around my neighborhood while I'm sitting at home. Okay. You're not worried about it just getting thrown in the back of a truck and stolen and then resold? Air tagging it? All right, man. Good luck. All right, we're gonna see if we can get the first version of the prone characters working. I'm gonna feed my cat some dry food. She's in. Put it in comfy mode. Nice. That's a good way. That's a good thing to do. Somebody detects it's being stolen. Starts kicking people in the stomach. Good plan. Oh, this one's good, actually. Yeah, this one's good. There is another one I got, but it was like he's gonna be weird. I can't do a walking animation because look, it tried to give him legs. If I tell it he needs to be able to walk. Somebody said this looks cursed. I was like, this definitely does look cursed. So oh, glide. That's a good idea. I did this one was really good, but it added the little teeth at the top of him, and then I reran it and I got this, and this is definitely good. Definitely usable. So this could either be the idol, or I think we could use we can have an idol like this, but it's just a different looking one, and then it plays on loop when he's walking. You know? I just think we basically need two idols. And I don't know what his attack is gonna look like. This idol's too much for the shade shifter. Oh, I need to get my marketing dashboard working today. Not working on Linux. It shows me like apps on YouTube. How did this YouTube short get so many comments? It's like it was the most throwaway YouTube short that I posted last night. I was like, this one's a filler. What? A periodic focus on the daily follower goal and daily subscriber goal would probably be good. Where it highlights a bit more would look good. It looks kind of small. It's an idea. You're talking about something that you knew well. I think that's why I did good. And the gameplay footage under you probably helped. Always got the gameplay footage. We need the Subway Surfers type content, you know? Shorts don't get you any subs though. It's crazy. Oh, that's what this guy was gonna fix. The follower counts busted. Hey, our follower goal and our subscriber goal didn't reset today. It's still stuck from my last stream. We have been switching, like, I switched which channel I was using yesterday in OBS. I don't know if that broke it, but yeah, figure out what's going on with it and reset it for today. I think we've only gotten one follower so far today, and that's it.
Ad break incoming.
All right, I was replying to YouTube comments on that short. I'm surprised it got any comments at all, dude. I like that one guy said in the comments, bro cooked with salt, and he thought it was controversial or something. I felt like it was a lukewarm like short. I was just trying to get it out there. Um Tomorrow's short's about hot take, nothing crazy there. I thought it was a very like low take. Low effort take. I don't know. A glide period. Yeah. Random hacker 89. What's up? These kinds of streams are the reason people cannot afford RAM. Go learn a real skill and stop this crap. I have real skills, and AI has allowed me to move 5 times faster using my real skills. Yeah, dude. You see all these characters, this screen, and this whole like the stream characters and all this, and they do some cool things in the ad breaks. If you see an ad break happen, I put all that together in like a week and a half, man. I was never able to do that before. It would have taken me like 4 to 6 months of work to get those together instead of 2 weeks. And I made the whole game engine that they're running in 1 month. So, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Dude, the amount of I'm starting to see the tide change already. I got more random like AI vibe coding haters in March than I'm getting now. It's become less in just the last 2 months. I've already noticed how many more people that are real engineers are like all like using AI to program. Like even my friends that are real engineers for a living, all of their jobs in just the last 2 months are like, yeah, you should be using AI to do the bulk of your implementation, and you should mostly be checking the outputs and stuff. Um, so like it's literally changing in the workplace right now for anybody that's an actual programmer for a living. Hey, can you make a backup of the Twitch panel document, please? All right, let's give you guys a prone stance. I'm not watching the stream. I'm listening. As soon as I heard the hate, you came here to fight from. Yo, you'll be able to literally fight people soon. You can go control your little dude. Go control your little guy, you know? And just start punching people, dude. And then pretty soon I'm gonna add crouching today so you guys can teabag people and stuff. And be degenerates, you know? That's what you guys should do if the antis show up in the chat. Jump on the the avatar piloting thing and just go start punching them on the avatars. Just some harmless fun. Oh, you challenge him to a duel? Oh man, that would have been good too. Look, what is Trickery doing right now? He's like got a weird looking face. He's got eyes. He's like trying to seduce us. I don't know what's happening here. That one looks terrible. Okay, let's ask it to move the prone versions. Hey, can you move all the prone versions to be just underneath the the cut image versions of each character rather than prone being in its own group? Yeah, go ahead and apply the fix and then restart the hub is totally fine. Restarting the hub is pretty harmless. Oh, it fixed it. It reset our follower goal. We're at 1 follower today, I think. Yeah, I can make this thing bigger. All right, what's going on with our audio DAW? Let's check this real quick. Let's get codex tokens a burning. So first, let's see if just saving those changes. Okay, first of all, there's no hover. There's no hover colors over this menu. Let's see if it saved those changes. Okay, save the changes. Hey, there's no like hover over colors when I hover over items in the file menu. Oh, right. I was gonna get my phone. Let's see if we have any comments on TikTok. I need to. Nah, TikTok, nothing. TikTok doesn't make any sense to me at all in like what videos are gonna do well and which ones aren't, and like what's gonna get comments. And nothing gets followers on TikTok. Nothing. All right. Yeah, I've already got another short lined up for tomorrow. Talking about the best team size to be on is like 10, 5 to like 20 people. Makes it feel like you're in a like a pirate crew. It's super fun. Um, while what I'm watching, FPS prostitute, full GPUs. Sorry, the messages are getting spammed because we have to keep restarting the chat hub or we have to keep restarting the chat hub for some to pick up some changes. All right, I think we got the effects back. Hell yeah. Hey, I think they're all mostly there. I'm going to have to screenshot the exact shader settings that I have on OBS, and you're going to have to copy those over. But the only issue is like the EQ visualizer bars is counting the upper edge of the camera feed frame as a border that it needs to be coming from, and that doesn't happen in OBS. As well as the right edge, it's doing it too if I'm disconnected. Or no, it's just the upper edge. Never mind. The right edge sometimes is showing up because my chair is in the picture, so that makes sense. All right, let's get rid of the visualizer bars on the upper edge here. I need to feed it my settings for Also, I did this extra pixel boundary in OBS so that, you know, if my head is clipping off the top of the frame, the EQ bars are showing above my head as well. We need to see if we can figure out how to do that. But here's the settings for the equalizer shader. Here's the settings for the glitch effect. Here's the set for the chroma edge. Okay. There's like specific little tweaks I did to a lot of the shader settings on the camera. And None of those got copied over into this new feed of the camera. They're gonna fix that. Bum, bum. Okay, we're gonna the reason why I brought all the prone characters into Krita is because I need to get their size right. I need to see if their size is correct. Like this looks almost correct, but he needs to scale up. Just like a lot of like subtle things like that. You know, like his head is not as big, I don't think. So let's do this. This is something that AI can't do. So you look at him, look at him. Yeah, now his head looks the same size. His body looks about the same size. Your body type. Yeah, that looks good. That looks about the same. Like the hand looks the same size now. So we had to scale it up a little bit. So I'm gonna have to do this for every prone image. Okay, we're keeping Magi 1 from this batch now. I like that he's just sitting. Please try to regenerate the other ones. And again, you want to see if you could get sort of like Gorlunk 1 or Lady Vermilia on the other ones if possible. On Magi 2, maybe try to see if you can get him to do like a sit as well. If we're struggling with him. All right. So yeah, so the prone, we can't just huck the prone images in because they're they're like all wrong in their positioning, and they're I not rename these guys? I did not rename these correctly. All right, I have to shuffle these around. All right, before I get into image land, let's see if there's some stuff we can get video editor in Codex Claude to do. Ah, that looks much better. Okay. Hey, can we like double the size of the or increase size by 50% actually of the little icons for the tools on the timeline? And then I want the size of the height of the video tracks to be increased by 50%. And I want like a little thumbnail on the left edge of every video clip so I can roughly see what each one is. All right, we're getting him to do some cause my audio to clip out. My CPU spike did. Interesting. All right, restarting the stream tunes. Full metal render, so it's all GPU excited now, man. Yep, that's the trick. That's how mine was smooth on the playback. You have to have it be running on the GPU, and you have to have it parallelized as much as possible, like multi-threaded as much as possible. None of it can be single-threaded. So you have to use a low-level language to do all that. You have to either use like Zig or Rust or C++, or I'm not sure what the equivalent is in I'm not sure what the equivalent is in Macland. Just whatever language is low level enough that it gives you manual memory management control and gives you direct control over the rendering code. You went to C++? Yeah. Yep. C++, Rust, and Zig are all the lowest. They're like the lowest level languages that still give you full control over how you're managing your memory, while keeping most of the sort of object oriented and like functional language, like level abstractions. But yeah, my timeline and my rendering is Zig, and then it's using Vulkan as the rendering code for the rendering library. You might be using Vulkan too. Vulkan works on Mac. Vulkan's kind of become like the open source rendering code, universal rendering code for it works on everything. Android, Mac, iPhone. libghosty? Is that like a bare bones like piece of the ghosty code or something? Yeah, ghosty's written in Zig also. That's what my game engine and my video editor and now my audio DAW are all written in as Zig, same as Ghosty. Hey, when I like double click on the decibel value of the tracks, it needs to go into like, highlighting the text and be in like replace edit and replace mode. So if I start typing, it replaces the value. And also I need to be able to click and hold and like drag up and
Ad
down
break incoming.
on the decibel values to increase and decrease it. All right, I got to rename this Magi here. He's supposed to be unused right now. Names are all wrong. Cobalt, Ethan. What's up, dude? Happening. You showed up during the middle of an ad break fight against the ad gremlins. Today's a good day. What are you working on? You vibe coding some? Oh, going back to work in 1 or 2 weeks. That's cool. How long you been looking for work? Sick at home for 1 week now. Nice. Today's good. Today's really good, dude. I woke up and jumped straight on the stream because the stream's been growing, you know, and I did some serious research into what the right time is I should be streaming and for how long and stuff yesterday, and I realized I've been missing out on the most prime time to stream on Twitch this whole time. It's right now. So we're trying to stream during prime time for the first time today. Catch some vibe coding people. And it's going pretty good, man. We're sitting at like ravaging around like 20 viewers. It's pretty sweet. Working out. Noobster. Yeah, but those 4 a.m. sessions go hard. Yeah, but they're killing me, dude. I can't stay consistent. I literally feel dead the next day. I will still be doing streams from 9 p.m. Pacific time, my time, until 3 a.m. Pacific time. Because there is a bunch of people, new audience members that we gain when we get raided by random people between 1 and 2 a.m. as they're going to sleep. So I think the optimal strategy is during the work week, do some streams during this time frame, and then we do like a marathon still on Saturdays where we cover both time windows, and then during the rest of the week, I still have 1 or 2 of those late night streams because they seem to catch some people too, you know, catch some new followers. Is this KDE or XFK? It is KDE. We're in Plasma. I'm on Arch and Plasma. It's spinning your head a little bit. Good, man. Yeah. Honeycomb makes everything feel more sci-fi immediately to me, and I wanted this to be very alien and futuristic for my computer, you know? Music visualizer, and we got Codex and Claude token meters down at the bottom left, so I can see all my cooldowns. I want to be able to track my cooldowns in my taskbar, you know? Once I hit, so it's weekly and then session, then weekly and then session, going left to right here. CX is Codex, CL is Claude. Once I hit 50% on a session, then the timer pops up at the top for when my reset time is for the session. So that's the most important part about the taskbar. You're a Plasma fan? Nice, dude. Yeah, I've gotten some haters for it, for Plasma. And of course, I called them out. I was like, let me guess. It's either they're a Hyperland user, because Hyperland users seem pretty smug about Hyperland, or they're like full on like Gen 2, NixOS, OpenRC types people. Those people are very funny. I didn't care like which one it was. I just went with Plasma at first because Claude told me it was the easiest to get into coming from Windows. And it didn't really matter to me which base I used because I knew I was going to modify the shit out of it to look and behave exactly how I wanted it to. I wasn't going to, you know, I wasn't going to like install some kind of window manager desktop environment and then just live with how somebody else decided it's supposed to be set up. You know what I mean? I knew I was going to mod the shit out of whichever option I picked and vibe code my way into something like cool that I've always sort of envisioned. So it didn't really matter to me which desktop I picked. but I'm loving it. Plasma seems Claude was able to script a lot of things pretty easily for Plasma, and using their like QML scripting language or whatever, and all the modifications are running in Plasma Shell. Where's the I don't understand why people hate Plasma is customizable without having to understand the damn thing thoroughly. It looks like it works well. I try to use the same OS as the deployment OS I'm working for, often Ubuntu, because corporate, but I stick to Kubuntu at that point. Oh, cool, man. Yeah. The only reason I went with Arch was just because of I do game development, and Steam built their whole Steam OS and the Steam Deck OS and stuff on top of Arch. So it makes me kind of feel like in the back of my head, like Valve has a vested interest in making sure that Arch is pretty stable for video games related stuff. That was the reason why I kind of went with it, And I do like that it's like you start with nothing, bare bones, and you build up to like the bare minimum of what you need for your use case, That was the only reason I went with Arch. This guy's prone looks so goofy, but I'm keeping it that way on purpose because I know everyone's going to have a lot of fun with this one. I'd say he looks like a good size. I just had to reposition him. Oh. Okay, so he's done. This guy's done. 2 of the Magi are done. Hers was really good, so let me fix hers up. Who's doing what? Oh, he's doing video editor code. She just needs to be repositioned down in the middle here. I try to use this. I read that message. At home, I use Fedora for my Windows, Linux dual boot, and Alma on my small server. Yeah, Arch is good in that sense, but it still requires a lot of babying, which I don't have the patience for. Did you have any experience or thoughts on Open Web UI? I don't have any experience with it. Some of our other community members do that have been hanging out. I think the one use case I heard for it of the guy, like I said in chat, that uses it is his day job is running on-prem local models for a living for like the whole company he works at to be able to access, local models that they're running on like a server and stuff at their business. And that's what he uses Open Web UI for, is it's a really easy thing for all the non-technical people to easily access, you know, a Claude or a Chat GPT like interface for their on-prem models. So I think that's probably his greatest strength, it seems, is yeah, it's really easy to, instead of like, nobody has to install anything, you know, at the company to access the on-prem models. They just open a link up. So that's the one use case that I've heard of so far in chat for somebody that's using Open Web UI in the real world right now for their day job, the company they're at. That's the only thing I've heard about so far. I haven't actually personally used it. I'm always just in the Claude or Codex terminal versions. Okay, she needs some cleanup on her prone. She's got a bunch of gray in like these holes here, so that's interesting. Let's just get the prone hooked up on one character. You know, for proof of concept in terms of the control scheme for it. We're going for the MapleStory style spammable prone by holding the key down, you know? Like the really goofy MapleStory kind of vibe. Okay, I see, like, he's too small. We actually need him to fill, like, the whole damn frame. The main giveaway is his head the same size or not? It's not. Like, his head is still way smaller with the prone version, so we're gonna get him to fill out the whole frame as much as possible. Because this is the freaking rock golem. Alright, that's the best we're gonna do. Alright, can you export out a new PNG for the prones where I moved the transforms around and stuff for them and I rescaled some of them and call it like prone final or something? You know, like name it the same file name as the images in each one of their animation folders for prone, but tack on _ final at the end. And the ones that are ready for export is Gorlunk 1, Magi 1 and 3, and that's it so far. All right, Claude's going to do the exporting of the ones that I just modified. Hey, double click doesn't seem to be working. Maybe because the drag operation is happening. I would add some kind of delay until the drag operation happens. So we're listening in like a window of time for the double click. If we pass by that window of time and the second press event hasn't happened, then you can start or a release event hasn't even happened at all. Then you can start the drag operation. Use the same rule of thumb we had where we're listening for a release event to happen within 0.35 seconds before we default to the hold operation. What's up, Halkany? Are you publishing a downloadable game with these assets? Not yet. That's not the plan yet. We could one day. I think we got a long ways to go. If we do, it would be, you know, something kind of like MapleStory, but with the Noldrums characters, where you would, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the plan is yet. But it is heading that direction where it seems like as we add the manual controlling of the characters and we add all the different states and we add the ability to jump with them and attack and go prone and hit reactions and death animations, as their animation sets get kind of fully fleshed out in the same way you would for real game characters, I think it's totally possible that I could turn this game into just a full-blown, like, Null-Drum's version of essentially Maple Story, like a little 2D side-scroller MMO. But I'm not in a hurry to make that, because I know the massive task that is, you know. Like, we have one little environment platform here. This already took me like an hour to like clean up a little bit, and it's still not done being cleaned up. Like, the amount of time it'd take me to make the level of content that you need to rival even like vanilla Maple Story with these characters and stuff, the amount of environments I'd need and enemy creature types, and I would need to pay probably like $300 a month for like the servers to be able to handle a few thousand players. It's not going to happen anytime soon, but I think it could absolutely evolve into that type of thing over the next like year or so, you know. Cobalt, I want to use it for the phone plugin, local agentic execution ID integration. I hope you had any thoughts on that, but maybe it's a little too much to ask. I don't know, dude. Go try it, Cobalt. Tell me if it works. Tell me if Open Web UI works for mobile agent controlling. I've never tried it. But if you're interested in that, go try it and then report back to me. I'm down to hear. I like hearing about everybody's experience with different agentic tools and stuff. Yo, thanks for the follow, Cobalt, Ethan. Oceany S fan, what's up? Hey, very useful. LM Studio is more powerful for desktop use. All right, there's some real somebody with real experience giving you some stuff. LM Studio wins on desktop for tool use and coding. Fastization, I think is your name. What's your strategy for getting? Yo, A Gifted, dude, you just hit the limit right out the rip. A Gifted. Productive dude. I'm still trying to get to a chat here. Strategy for getting users and converting them into customers. I don't know, man. I don't have like a product right now that I'm pushing super hard. I also want to control some Internet Things device. I have more of an answer for that in a second. I'm just going to head to the chat. I also want to control some Internet Things device, see how crazy it can get. Oh, good. Man, that sounds cool. I'll use LM Studio, the open code pointed at it. Can I set up a server, expose this? Oh, that is cool. I didn't know you could do LLM server and OpenAI LM Studio and control Internet Things. That's kind of cool. Apps like open code. If you have 1,000 players, $300 is nothing, bro. You could definitely make that back. Null-Drum's Battle Pass. Yeah, that's true. We need more hype, dude. I've only got 110 subscribers on YouTube. We've only got like 20 people here on Twitch. We gotta build the hype up a little more before I feel like I'll get my $300 a month back on the server costs for making a 2D side scroller MMO, you know? We just need a little bit more motion. Thanks again for the subs, dude. Cobalt, I've ordered a server from Germany because cheap. It's going to take a few days till I have it, but I'll report back. You're using that for you're using the server for a local model? Nice Mario email. I'll try to keep doing my part. Subs aren't going to pay the bills, though. No. That's why I got to keep posting a YouTube short like every 2 or 3 days, man. And I got to make some long form YouTube videos because I know you're not going to be able to pay my bills, dude. We're doing pretty good, though. We're like 10% of the way there. There's some hope. Bastazion, if you're still here. What you were saying about getting users, converting them into customers. Are you talking about just marketing in general, like getting the word out about something? Or are you talking about you have some kind of product that is free to use with like a free tier, and then you're trying to convert people that are using the free tier into like the paid tier? Because in general, like when you have like a free to use thing and you have an optional paid tier, I think your best case is converting like 5% of the users or something crazy like that. Like most people are freeloaders if you have like a free, at least for video games, like free to play video games. I think like maybe only 20% of the user base actually ever buys anything, and only 5%, or maybe it's only 5%. I don't know. We should look that up. But in general, for marketing, your routes are doing what I'm doing right now. So streaming and content creation and trying to build a brand, build a YouTube channel, build a Twitch channel, build up a Twitter following, build up, make Reddit posts, farm Reddit karma, make LinkedIn posts, do some of those things or all of the above. So just build like a user base and emotion and figure out like a brand through social media is one part, and then the other part is literally paid advertisements on like Reddit, paid advertisements on Meta platforms, paid advertisements on TikTok. So those are your strategies for user acquisition. But the one that's going to pay off in the long run, but it's the slowest thing to build up, is building up like a brand and stuff and like a following around like your mission, whatever it is, like Bridgemind is doing right now, right? So, and it's tough. It's tough. Like you don't go as viral when you're posting clips like I am, where you're just making commentary about whatever it is that you specialize in, and whatever it is your app. Like for me, it's kind of more the game dev world, the intersection of game dev and vibe coding. It's a little more boring of a topic and stuff on YouTube, and the algo isn't going to push you as hard as like some slop like Roblox video that's like stupid and crazy and chaotic, But a Roblox channel of like little skits happening in Roblox or something versus like a tech YouTuber talking about tech stuff is not building a brand. It's like a fleeting, ephemeral, like cash grab thing that's just only lasts for like a moment, So, and it doesn't turn into like a bigger like brand that you can convert into multiple different things like down the road that you get into, like you can if people get into following like you as a person. So, I hope that helps, Bastion. I hope that helps answer your question. Either build up social media or shell out some cash for running traditional advertisement. Kind of it. Cost of switching a 30 GB model out for a different one is 7 seconds. I recommend Qwen 3.6, a good balance. I've used Qwen Coder Next Cobalt Ethon and gotten some really good results. Some people swear by Qwen, the smaller one, Qwen Coder Next is 80B. Some people swear by the 27B Qwen 3.6. But I didn't have as good results as Qwen Coder Next. And I was able to get Qwen Coder Next to run at 30 tokens a second. Even though it doesn't all fit on my GPU, just because it's a mixture of experts. Took your Linux ISO. Interesting. Productive do. I'll be back later if you're on. You got a film? Man. I will be here. I'll be here for about 4.5 hours. Like I said, I'm going to try to stick to the 6 to 7 hour time per stream now as a rule. But if I am not here, I'll be streaming on the second channel. doing my own video editing stuff, dude. If I'm offline on here, I'll be on the Troy Works channel. Yeah, that's where I'll be for sure after this. I'm gonna try to get Unreal and Lyra style walking animations on your robot. Bro, that'd be so sick. You're just gonna like put Mixamo animations on your Unitree robot. That's kind of dope. I'll be right back, you guys. Refill my water. Restroom. We're gonna keep trying to get the prone control in for the characters. And keep working on the audio DAW and the video editor. And for sure I'm gonna clean up the environment art and put the foreground layer in today.
Ad break incoming.
Whoa, what's this tune? Sounds awesome. Very nice. What's my second channel? I'll show you. I just made it yesterday. So the purpose of the second channel is like this one. I'm gonna like, you know, work on cool stuff in the chat or in the chat. There's the link in the chat. Work on cool stuff on the stream, you know, stuff that's like flashy and fun, like the video game characters and stuff. You know, I'm gonna read all the messages, make eye contacts with the camera, look at, you know, be excited, be a good streamer. But on the second channel, I'm just not even gonna say anything half the time. I might read the messages. I'm gonna mostly be focusing on working, and I did video editing last night, so I'm gonna be doing boring stuff like video editing. I'm gonna be doing my job applications for video game industry job apps on that second channel. I'm gonna be doing. I'm not gonna bother rating anybody ever, and I'm literally just gonna be like, all right, I'm tired. Stream's over. Bye. I'm just gonna like end the stream, start the stream. There's gonna be no ceremony. I'm just off and on whenever I feel like it. That channel is gonna be completely random, and I'm gonna treat it basically the way the way I used to with this stream when I first started this stream is it purely is there to like make me focus and hold me accountable to like work on a bunch of boring stuff I have to get through, like job applications. You know what I mean? So, but we're gonna keep like this stream like fun and exciting, and I'm gonna be engaging and read all the messages and talk out loud about everything I'm doing and all that stuff. So that's kind of the difference. That's why I made a second channel. I needed like it's basically a co-working stream. That's kind of what the second channel is. This one's like a stream, like a vibe coding fun time stream, and the second channel is like just co-working essentially. Blenderman bounces if all over the head cam can move, so it's gonna have a head move around like a video game idling. That sounds really cool, Ice Creek. Cobalt, like your list is a model is 25 models big now, and Quen 3.54B is gonna be. Hello, what's up, Faceless Voice? What's happening? Welcome. Anyone here know Chat Jimmy? Yep. Yeah, I've showed off Chat Jimmy AI in the chat a bunch of times. Make eye contact. XD sounds sus. It's what you got to do to make streams engaging. You know, you got to talk with your hands. You got to look at the camera sometimes when you're addressing people's questions. You got to read all the chat. You know what I mean? You got to do all that stuff to be like a good streamer. But that's like, I don't know if you guys have seen that CM Griffin guy that streams in this channel. He does a good job of that. I think it's part of why his channel is successful. Talking to yourself. You gotta, every single thing you're working on, you have to like vocalize it out loud, you know, as you're working. You can't just sit there and be like quiet the whole time. Oh, what's up? And then wait for people to be like, what are you working on? Before you say what you're doing. So, yeah, so that's why I made a second channel. It's the one where I'm like a bad streamer and just a normal person instead. Yikes, that was loud. I'm glad you guys couldn't hear that. Okay, all right, I need to be able to hold Alt and like zoom. Alt plus mouse wheel scroll lets me zoom in and out on the timeline, and it like changes the granularity of the rulers. That's why I can't ever be a streamer. You can't talk to yourself. I mean, I don't think that's normal for anybody. Um, it became normal for me from streaming for so long, and I kind of noticed it when I was working in an office for a while. Sometimes I'm like, okay, move this. I'm like talking quietly to myself, but I'm like, okay, move this thing over here, do this, do that, and it's just funny. I'm like, wow, I do that a lot, and I think that's a habit I just have because I've been streaming for so long. Okay, we just added in each like animation folder of the characters. We added a prone final image, and we need a new animation state for the characters for going prone. And it just needs to snap. If we're holding down for the direction, it needs to just snap them to being in the prone state. And then we should be able to still move like left and right. They'll be sliding for now, which is fine, but they should move at the walk speed. But 10% like slower when they're in the prone state. The prone state is never activated by the autopilot of the characters. It can only be activated by the manual piloting and the player holding down either the down arrow or the S key. And it only holds as long as they are holding the key, and it releases and puts them back into the standing state as soon as they release it. See if that works. I yawned in the middle of that. I don't know if it. Oh. Uh-oh. This is the problem with me waking up going straight into stream, you guys, is my sleep schedule is so messed up. I end up taking a nap almost every day around this time. We gotta power through it, though. I need to fix my sleep schedule. Dude, what is going on today? I can't copy the file path of these images. Like what? This guy, Gorlunk, one has the final prone image, and then Magi 1 and Magi 3 have their prone. Everybody else, hey, just make them lay flat on their stomachs. All right, we're gonna get our first test run of the prone state on the characters soon. Multitron, huge paragraph. What's up? I'll try to read through this. Mirror, my dad scolds my mom when she talks to herself. Why? It helps some people make less mistakes in whatever they're doing. You know what I mean? Sure. Multitron, you're designing your game engine to easily handle and be fully optimized for large planet exploration for large-scale intergalactic MMO space games from the start. You completed the first major step today, the game engine's core. From there, I'll be highly optimizing for the latest, greatest graphical technologies from its very core. My game engine will not support regular wide areas like Call of Duty style games, only large round explorer with panic type of game it would be for. That's the right strategy to have, is you make the engine for the purpose of the game. Sounds cool, man. It'll be challenging. TechBind Kit in Space program. Huh. Yeah, when you deal with large coordinates, you have to do some tricks. You have to make sure that your coordinate system for where you're at is 64-bit for sure. And then I think there's some tricks you have to do of like renormalizing stuff, because your floating point error grows and your player like physics and the physics engine and stuff gets less accurate the further away from the origin point of your coordinate space you are. So there's some tech you have to do for that. That's kind of some of the bigger challenges. The other thing is all your standard typical landscape like chunking challenges where you have to have different LODs of landscape chunks and they have to stream in. And that whole process of streaming the landscape chunks as you walk around the world has to be multi-threaded and parallelized as much as you can, or you're going to have a lot of hitching and lag if you don't. Try this album. Let's see if this album's good. Older generation think people are going insane when they were talking to themselves. That's weird. That is, I could see that making sense though. But it depends on what you're doing. If you're doing some kind of difficult task, maybe. My game doesn't support 3D models as it currently runs off the same technology as AI movie generators to render its graphics. Kevin Tarmow is away. I think Multitron's talking about a game engine he's making for a giant space exploration game, and he's using a world model for it. It sounds like rendering. Real multi-part feature. Okay. This guy needs to be doing animations. (3D to 2D) doesn't simplify the physics that much. What way? I mean, it's certainly less taxing on a CPU to calculate two-dimensional physics instead of three-dimensional. You don't have to do as much matrixy multiplication here in 2D. You have to do it in 3D for like everything to happen. Physics calculators are well understood. They are, but like, have you ever asked an LLM by itself without any tool call to like just count or do addition? The way it does it is not CPU efficient. It's not electron efficient. So it still has to do tool call for calculators to be electron efficient, essentially. So any kind of world model thing that's going to run well is still going to use a lot of traditional computing layered with it, with neurosymbolism to link it to whatever the LLM's doing. Pure, and not even LLM, I mean like a model, a deep learning model. Pure like deep learning just is highly inefficient for certain things because of the inherent architecture of it. Basic calculator calculations being a prime example. Capital words, mass numbers, small numbers interacting. Interesting. Float wrapping is going to screw with the result a lot, and it's something LMs kind of don't look at. We'll get the math right, no problemo. Yeah. That was called float wrapping. Is that the trick that you use to deal with the floating point drift for a large coordinate system? Guitar Maniac, what's up, dude? Did anyone buy Eldegard? I don't know. I haven't heard anything. And I talked to Chris pretty every so often. I've only seen memes from Chris, so I don't know what's going on. Legacy's on a 30 hertz tick rate on the server, yes. And it was really hard just to even get the 30 hertz stable. I think it was actually 25 hertz on the server. I think it was we had to do a lot of work just to even get it to 25 hertz on the server, is if I remember correctly, is actually what it was at. Not sure. I don't know much about World Mall. 64 80-bit floats. Oh, you just use 64-bit floats and call it a day. It was a thing released by NVIDIA last year, right? Come on. Let me see what I'm doing. I'm reinventing the wheel with the way a game engine works by building purely off the latest technology in less than 1% of game engine in the world. Right now, look at that. And I've never seen such smooth rendering before in my life of gaming. Okay. Sounds like a bold claim. That sounds pretty cool. Seems legit. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I won't know for a while, probably. I won't know for like several more weeks. If something real happened and there's a real buyer that's going to do real things with it, it'll probably be a minimum of a month. Because the board of investors is like, I don't know exactly. If I had to speculate, I think it was at least like a dozen people, and it wasn't just individual people. It's typically with an investor board, it's like a mixture of individual angel investor people and people representing like a banking institution, essentially. And then people representing individual billionaire VCs, VC firms and stuff. So it's such a mix of organization types and a bunch of people that I think if anything happened and there was a buyer, it's going to minimum take them like a month to sort out the paperwork about what it means for who owns what shares now and what portion of the company and who has what and whatever. You know what I mean? So I think it'll take a while for any kind of deal to be sorted out if there was a good buyer, if there was a legit buyer that's actually going to do something with the project. There could have been a buyer that is just going to take the project and rip the assets off and make a different game and not even bring Legacy back too. That's also a possibility. I don't know. Is there any way to figure out what tick rate Mistfall is on? I think someone could reverse engineer it potentially, depending on the rate at which they're receiving packets and like updates from the server. But yeah, the most insane tick rate in the world for a server is Valorant pulling off 120 FPS tick rate on the Valorant servers, and that's an Unreal 5 game, or I think it's Unreal 4. I think it's an Unreal 4 game. It is absolutely insane. They have blog posts about the stuff they had to do to pull off 120 FPS on Valorant servers. It's absolutely insane. But that's what you get from the company, the highest paying video game company in the entire world is Riot, just hands down. So you're going to get the best engineers in the entire world, in theory, working on your servers from anything Riot does. In an orbit, speed. Planet does rotate to simulate daytime effects. That's pretty cool. Didn't CSGO private servers have a 120 hertz too? Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised. CSGO's got way less going on than Valorant. Valorant's more impressive because it's got Overwatch style abilities happening. You know what I mean? And those are like getting all of those to have like deterministic rollback and have the server run 120 hertz is pretty insane. Rise releasing a League. They are doing League Classic. I've heard that too. You played in season 1? Oh, nice. I never played League that much. I tried playing it recently and it was crashing my audio driver every time I played. I might try playing again soon. If I get any interviews with them, I'm going to be playing a lot. Yeah, it seems like people are really stoked for League Classic, though, for sure, man. I love their fantasy, the heroes and their designs and their art and the world that they're building. It's super cool. Cobalt Edon, Infamous. Okay. You're talking to Multitron about his multi-planet thing. This guy's gonna work on name this pane sprite animations Claude.
Got it. This pane is now Sprite Animations Claude.
All right, the only thing we're missing for Sneerland 2 is his idle animation, I think. I love his attack with the golden dagger. Looks good. I was gonna say I thought I generated his thing already.
Ad break incoming.
Sneerland 2 is ready for animation processing and import. All right, all right. Nice, you guys. We survived the ad gremlins. Some of us did. A lot of people died still, though. By the way, you guys, today I got it working where you can control your characters on the chat or at the bottom of the screen. I go into this website. However, it is very laggy. The ping is like usually about 100 milliseconds. Yeah, 100 ms. But the stream delay is like, whoa, it says the stream latency is 5 seconds right now. So it's not very usable yet. What we're going to have to do is we're going to have to render these characters in the web browser portal where you control them. They can jump and you can run and you can attack right now. Your friend worked at Unity until it happened, and then what happened? Did he leave Unity, or did they do layoffs or something after their blunder with the payment model for it? Another real do kind of good on the development of the space game. Okay, when I have an audio clip selected, can we populate the device like rack section with a little device like Ableton's that shows us the waveform of the audio clip, and it has controls for me to change the pitch, the volume of the wave clip, and different sort of warping like modes, so it sounds different when we pitch it around, like how Ableton has like more granular versions with complex and complex pro and texture, and then one that is called beats in Ableton just like actually does speed up or slow down of the playback of the clip when you're pitching. The other ones counteract that. um yeah, I need those basic controls. TikTok is weird. I posted 2 videos. They just sat there at 0 views, and then I re-upload them on a new account, and they jumped to 2K and 1K in 1 hour. Yeah, dude, I don't understand the TikTok algorithm at all either. Very hit or miss for me. YouTube's been a lot better. Yeah, I don't get what TikTok does at all. It makes no sense. And I get like 0 followers. I got a couple thousand views for my last like 12 videos on TikTok. I get some decent comment engagement. I only got 1 follower from any of those videos, even though there's a bunch of comments and stuff. So it seems fairly pointless so far. Finished making this video last night. Multitron, that's some impressive numbers. It'd be interesting if that actually holds up when you get real characters with photoreal fidelity, like the Star Citizen characters or something. So do you think it's like a roulette with platforms where your account either gets shown or it doesn't? I like the floating heads, the world synths. Yeah, they're cool. I don't know. I don't know what it is with the platforms. I don't know how their algo works exactly. I know a few things, so I know that TikTok, the algorithm is fresh with every video you post on TikTok. So so if you post multiple videos in one day on TikTok, it's going to separately be testing and pushing them differently. But on YouTube, if you post 2 videos in the same day, the algorithm only picks one of your videos like at any given time to push and promote. So you don't want to release overlapping videos on YouTube, but TikTok doesn't matter. You can just like open the fire hose. You could do multi posts every single day on TikTok. And they're in their own like lane of the algorithm trying to figure out what to do with them. That's one difference I know between the two of them. But so far I I think on TikTok, talking head content does the best. And kind of a lot of other stuff that's sort of artsy and doesn't just literally have like a person in front of the camera talking about something for a whole duration, uh, is going to struggle to do well on that platform, is what it seems like to me. It's really optimized for real human people, saying and doing things more than artistic sort of stuff like game dev. But that's just what I've seen from some of my own friends, like successes on TikTok, as well as like what it naturally tries to feed me. I've never tried to steer my algorithm on TikTok into a more artistic direction before. Is that I've struggled with doing that compared to. But bad, I never see this game so long. You regret. Yeah, like my perf looked amazing in my game engine when I had just terrain. My game engine's perf is way better than Unreal's for having lower graphic fidelity targets. Part of that is because it's all ECS under the hood. But once I started putting skeletal like meshes that were animated and stuff into the scene, my performance took like a big hit, and I had to keep continually playing whack-a-mole just to get like 20 animated characters on screen to look a little bit better or be better and be like go back to my good level of performance. So once the rubber starts hitting the road and there's a bunch of NPCs with idle animations, it starts getting really stress tested for sure. Right now, the best example that we've seen demonstrated with Unreal with a large crowd is what CD Projekt Red is doing with Witcher 4. They had 300 NPCs on screen, all with different animations in like a city city scene. That's the best, and you know, it's Witcher 4 level graphics, so they're very photoreal. That's the best demonstration we've seen come out of Unreal so far. God damn it. They added another head. Let's try this. Marriages not understands convinced UE will not hold the lead forever because it's time before better things come out and companies who used to be in first place in 12 eyes seen time and time again. Yeah, eventually. Yeah, everybody crumbles eventually. Especially when the OG leadership leaves and a company like goes public and all the leaders divest and sell out that originally founded a company. That for sure can accelerate that sort of process. But I feel like as long as Tim Sweeney is still privately owns Epic Games, they're probably going to keep doing pretty decent. But it's not really necessarily in the lead, you know? Like Star Citizen's graphics look pretty good. And the Decima game engine that's used for Death Stranding and stuff, the one that Guerrilla Games created for the Horizon games, Decima engine looks pretty good. It's more about like what looks good is more about the execution with the engine and the art team that's involved. You know, having people that can make multi-million high poly model sculpts that look insanely good and then, you know, paint all the details and the textures the right way and the bump maps the right way and stuff. Well, you don't do bump maps. You just with Nanite at least. But like, you know what I mean? I think the execution of the art team is like one of the most pivotal things for the graphics, a little bit more so than the engine. And the engine just is the story behind but even the performance of any game that you see that is AAA, like Arc Raiders, for that's being made with Unreal. No one's using Unreal out of the box. Not a single AAA game you see that gets released is using Unreal out of the box. Like we just mentioned Valorant earlier, like every company that uses Unreal that's AAA to release a game, they modify the shit out of Unreal. They go in, they rewrite the rendering in Unreal. They rewrite the lighting pipeline in Unreal. They do all kinds of things to get more performance out of Unreal, and they literally chop and hack away and restructure and rebuild a bunch of parts of it. Nobody's just using Unreal out of the box that's making a legit game with like 100+ person team. They're all making a like Sea of Thieves is a huge example. The engine for Sea of Thieves is a very heavily modified Unreal 4 branch that they made. So they took UE4 like 419, I think, and they had to modify and customize the absolute shit out of it for even the water effects that you see in Sea of Thieves. They spent a huge amount of time rewriting the rendering pipeline to handle the water effects. You know? So what the final result we see in a game is not out of the box Unreal. It's Unreal that's been rebuilt and restructured for the specific art style that that company is targeting for that game specifically. They're not just using default settings, you know what I mean? Or even the default code. They're replacing it per project. Travis sound pessimistic. It's just as you know, Krabby is a Kobe and pushes performance last year. So my sense was performance. Counter my City Skylines had massive amounts of animated stuff and huge polygon counts. Still looked the same as City Skylines 2. Oh yeah, there's diminishing returns on poly count for our eyes visually and stuff. I think we're way past that ceiling. You know, like a lot of the gains that are being made with Nanite and Unreal are just completely unnecessary for a game to be good or immersive. Think about how my engine works with 0 polygons in the whole game. All games with this engine built with 0 polygons. I'm currently impressed with what I see thus far. I'm expecting great things to continue. Maybe a video in a month to see how it turns out. Nice, dude. Stay safe and cool, everyone. Oh, you in the middle of the heat wave over there? Thanks, man. Thanks for chilling. Yeah, it's just pixels. Not polygon, it's just pixels. It's all happening in the raster. Yeah. Fragment shader level, no vector at all. Or vertex. Sea Skylines 2 looked like 1. Interesting. Sea Skylines 2 was such a flop with optimization. Really? Huh. All right, we're seeing we can get Goblin 2 animated finally. And then the World Synth and the Shade Shifter need to be animated. And then I think we're done with all of the characters having their baseline animations. Their minimum required amount of animation. Yeah, we're done. Oh no, we haven't made Witch number 1 yet. Anok, what in blazes am I looking at? You're looking at vibe coding on a custom Linux rice, man. You know, rice for it? Why is it even called rice? I don't know, man. That's a good question. I think it started in like the car world at first. I guess from the world of cars. They call it like ricing a car, right? When you customize the way it looks. I don't know who came up with that term. It's weird. City Skylines 2 had massive polygon counts for teeth. What? All the teeth of all people are rendered at all times. No person ever opened their mouth. Yeah, that's horrible optimization. 60% of all GPU cycles were burnt rendering invisible teeth. Dude, that's ridiculous. How do they not fix that? Rice is race-inspired customization enhancement. Oh, okay. Well, there you go, Manok. That's what it means. But yeah, I like, dude, so we're vibe coding. I've got a bunch of clods open. They're all doing different things sometimes. We've got meters for my GPU, my CPU, my RAM usage. We got a music visualizer. We have tokens for my Codex and Claude usage for AI coding. And then I've got all my app icons up here, you know? And then got my VTuber, and we've got little characters that we made at the bottom of the screen for every viewer. The characters are all 100% AI. We use Midjourney to make characters, and I've made a fork of Krita, so my Krita is AI native. so the AI can pilot this whole thing. Her head is massive. She needs to be smaller like this, maybe. Okay, that looks right. Siren 1 prone is ready for export. Okay, like the AI is going to export that character. And then we're animating them using Kling. All right, here's our glide animation. This could be the cheer emote for the world sense. What GPU am I using? 4090. There's a exclamation point specs command. Also, my specs are down below. Yeah, her head was massive. She had a big head. I had to shrink it down a little bit. That's going to be the trick to get the illusion with the prone version of the characters looking natural, is kind of making sure they're still proportioned the same size, because the Nano Banana image generation of the prone versions of the characters made them differently sized. Like, see this? Like the prone version's massive compared to the baseline version, so we're having to scale it down so it looks believable. All right, let's say Siren 2. Siren 2 is ready for export. Man, compared to this, my own coding is like banging sticks together. Really? Um, RTX specs, yeah. You're on a 3060 from the Stone Age. That is kind of Stone Age at this point, man. Same CPU. You have the non 3D version. Do I do any undervolting? No, I didn't change anything on it. I don't think. What's the benefit of undervolting the 7950? Did you do that? And why? I'm curious. Yeah, Manok, I just
Ad break incoming.
I invested pretty heavily in my computer a couple years ago. I purposely got the VRAM and the RAM because I knew that I was going to need to run AI models locally at some point in the near future. So I try to prep a little bit. You're fine tuning a Llama 3 prompt to parse text into intent. I mean, I'm not actively juggling all these Claudes at the moment. If I really focus, I can juggle about 4 efficiently. Ad breaks here. See if we survive. far lower temps, so then it boosts higher depending on binning. The 7950 family has relatively high voltages set. Interesting. Expo, that'll directly give inference performance. No, Expo on what? On the CPU or the Zuzu, what's up, dude? Playing with your baby, with my baby again? Oh, word, dude. What do you do? Basically, I'm trying to turn natural speech into a mud command. You know what? Yeah, I know what a mud is. I have a mud that I've vibe coded. On the RAM? Oh, interesting. I'll try it. You're due right now? Oh my god. Oh, that's exciting, dude. Thanks for the update. Taco Bell. Baby money. That's one strange Taco Bell baby, bro. All right, here's the idle animation for the world synths. Need an attack for them. We get an attack animation for him, and then we'll put his animations in the game. We should have blue screened the goblin instead of green screen or something. Because he's green skinned, it didn't do a very good job of erasing all the green screen. I'm gonna have to go through and fix them up by hand. That's pretty sick. I'm okay with this as our attack, but we need him to return normal. Get a return from this frame and see if we can get it to actually clamp down and do a bite. You never done vibe coding before? I mean, you're doing it right now if you're messing with llama prompts and stuff. Yeah, I've got a whole mud that I made that's playable in browser that the AI made. Here's my mud. Got like an interface and stuff. Got a map. East. Attack, alley, rat. The mud though needs I need to work on the map at some point. It's pretty rough right now, but I've got a whole map editor that we built specifically for the mud. I got a data. Here's the map editor for my mud. These blocks are like generated grids of rooms, but I'm going to break them all apart into being more artistic, kind of like this is the main city here. So we're going to break them apart to be a little more thought out instead of just being these big grids, you know? These are the big fields and stuff in the world, so that's why they're just these massive chunks for the moment. So yeah, you can get AI to build a whole mud for you, a whole UI for it, a whole map editor for it. It's all pretty easy. You just have to anything you can picture in your head and envision, you can do it. It's actually it's like more like actual coding or Otter Codex count a couple Benjamins, start making a weather app. Vibe coding is probably everyone's head eventually, but you're not ready for that right now. Yeah, it is. A lot of engineers and stuff that I know are they're literally being told at work they have to use Claude for doing or whatever. They have to use the AI for doing most of their code writing. And they are just checking the outputs. They shouldn't be spending their time manually writing every piece of code anymore. Um it's the way people are being forced to go into right now at companies. All right. I think we got our attack start and our attack end here. I should just say it on my last job and it went kind of meh. In what way? not a reason to not use good. Well, yeah. You still have to check what it's doing and reinforce stuff. And those are dropped at day one. Oh, no shit. Well, I think that's what a lot of people are learning the hard way right now, right? Is they're like, let AI do everything. AI can do all of it. Just let it do all of it. Who gives a shit? Full throttle. But that's why like I said, a lot of people I know, they're being told not to do the implementation of the code by hand all the time. But they're still being told to check the outputs and the results consistently, you know? It can't do shit if it doesn't have a good. Yeah, you have to be a good QA tester. Being a good QA tester is actually one of the most underrated skills right now if you're being able to pilot AI super well. Because after it tried to fix something, you know, twice, you're like, fix this thing, and it doesn't fix it, and it's just going in circles, then it's up to you to do a more thorough QA testing job and go find way more specific repro steps instead of just telling it vaguely, like, this thing's kind of broken. If you can go in and find a very specific, you know, set of steps to repro the bug, you're like, okay, well, actually, it's not just when I do this thing, it's when I do this thing and that thing in this order, and you give it more precise steps like that, you greatly increase the chance of it squashing that bug. So that's one example of how it is up to the user to get more out of the AI, and it's not just all on the AI to be able to fix everything. Clip that. There you go. That's the one clip for the day.
That came through a little garbled on my end. Did you want me to clip that last moment into a vertical short? Or
Yes, clip that. You never seen even so much have written a unit test before? Really? Mine wrote unit tests all the time for my game engine. Giving AI your own tools for things like linting unit testing will help it make better things to begin with before you do your own QA. Yeah. I don't know what this thing's doing. It's taking forever to just make a clip. I have the replay buffer running. All right, whatever. Yeah, it was something I went on a whole like thing explained to somebody last night as well. I was trying to they were stuck in that loop of the flip-flop pattern where Claude fixes one bug and then goes over to the next. I often say I'm very good at coding, but like I'm gonna go to the things I actually do, which is a very small subset, is actually possible. Oh, well, I mean, everybody's specialized in something, right? I'm specialized in game dev. Not a very good web dev. Hermes is going on forever right now. Trying to think about how to clip the stream. It works perfectly before. I'm specialized in building systems that already exist to figure out how they tick and giving up on the project after I figured it out. Yeah, so you enjoy the learning experience more than anything. Oh, it's because Hermes was trying to use Claude instead of Codex, so it broke. Specialized in building systems that need to run for 10 years unsupervised without maintenance, but after...
Done.
Craft Fighters will get an update with a feature no one thought possible when the original design was made. Like, I once made a bullet hell game without actually making the bullet hell game. What do you mean? You built, like, the framework for it? Instead of the... And then not the content? That's what everybody struggles with making games, is sticking to it to the point of making enough content for it to have hours of gameplay versus getting a basic like framework down. Because a lot of people enjoy that initial challenge of like, oh, I've never made this genre before. Especially the vibe coders are now. The vibe coders don't. Most of the people that are vibe coding games the first time, they're starting to realize how much work and effort it takes for how much work and effort it takes to yeah, I just kind of fucked around with an ECS. I never got to the point where I had anything on the screen. I did learn a lot about ECS though, including that I probably should have tried making it in C instead. Oh, interesting. Why is that? What did you make it in? Yeah, ECS is pretty awesome. Anything that just requires a ton of entities or objects or whatever running in real time should have good should be comprised of a struct of arrays instead of an array of structs underneath the hood, so it's all contiguous and in memory and has good cache coherency. Oh, you did it in Python? Yeah, Python's slow as hell. That's silly. You're like defeating the gains that you get from ECS by just being in Python in the first place. Funny. But it's still, though, if Python was the language that helped it be high level enough to help solidify you know, the high level architecture into your memory, then it's still useful as a learning tool in that situation. Useful for, yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's still useful for sure for the learning experience there. But if the goal is to make a final finished product, that's trying to leverage the power of ECS. And it's kind of silly. Kind of hate C. Yeah, it's pretty archaic. But you like it? I'll bring it back. Rust is the bee's knees these days, but I'm not sure if I should learn something new. Rust is pretty good, and Zig is pretty good. Rust is overhyped. It's good for creating operating systems and encryption libraries. Interesting. Let's see if the website deploy is happening. It already happened. Awesome. Let's check this real quick. Let me restart our stream characters. Is your VTuber model also created by? No. No, AI can't make something this good yet. I don't know if it'll ever be able to. It could get close, but 3D model stuff, you really the same way I'm having to erase manually like a lot of little random mistakes on the 2D stuff with AI. Like it'll just add random shit, you know, or it'll recolor the eyes of a character or something when I'm doing these animations. Um the same way that like you get a 2D animation from AI or a sprite and there's like lots of random little things that you need to tweak or erase or change yourself. Um you have to do the same with 3D models from AI right now. Like if you generate any 3D model to get something actually good and usable, a real artist, a real 3D modeler that knows how to make good topologies, it's gonna have to go in and merge vertices and delete vertices and fix, add edge loops on the elbows and the shoulders, the knees, all the joints where you need extra edge loops. Like AI doesn't get you all the way there for like a 3D, a fully like 3D character that's got decent performance and really clean topology. But it can get you like a head start. But you still need like real chops to make something work. The best I've seen is the Hunyan model from from Tencent for making 3D models. I'm just pretty 100 followers on Insta, dude. That's amazing. Damn, dude. My Insta's totally stagnant. Nothing I post ever moves the needle. That's pretty good, dude. That seems to be a good method there. Aim for just the video game dev blog type of things.
Ad break incoming.
Nice. But yeah, no, I made the VTuber 2.5 years ago, and his mouth rigging, I hired a friend of mine to do. Ad break. The ad gremlins are here, you guys. Okay, the world synths are done. They're sort of a weird one because of their nature of being like three floating heads. So I couldn't get like all the normal stuff. Um, but they basically just have like a walk loop or just one movement loop for walk and run, and we just need to alter the play rate of it if we're walking or running, and to be faster, obviously, when we're running. His idle loop needs to play at like half speed. It's a little too fast looking. And his attack, for some reason, it opened his mouth up in the first animation I did, and then I had to close it with a second animation. So there's two pieces you need to stitch together for the attack. And the beginning of the attack, you'll see like it just holds the same default idle position for the first part. So there's a lot of frames to just throw away there to skip to the part where it actually opens its mouth. And then for the finishing of the attack, there's this weird like jitter for the first half of the attack finish that we could also just completely skip and just go to the part where it does the bite and then returns to idle. All right, we're gonna get the world synths animated, and then the only thing we have left is the shade shifters, and I have to do a bunch of work before our witch is ready. Our witch is not ready yet. Witch is um. Did Lady Vermilia get? I finished hers, I thought. Her prone's pretty good. Her head looks like her face looks like the same size, and her tail, her legs, Ain, they all look the same size to me. Um, did we export? Name this pain Critta Claude.
Got it, this pain is now Critter Claude. Critter Claude has your answer.
Um, thanks for chilling, you guys. I multi-stream the YouTube as well, and there's no music on over there. But I feel like the music's pretty chill overall on here. Especially today. My other stream's going to be completely all over the place.
Stream Tunes Claude's done with the task.
Wait, how do I run the Oh, okay. I'll run the Hermes auth command, but why did it lose its auth for Codex? I thought you were saying that it just didn't have auth because it had to fall back to Claude instead of Codex. Hey, so it's fixed now for sure. Yeah, can we make sure that the stream like kind of cooldown time tracking or whatever is separate for my two separate channels? Can you remove the carrier and key uh names for the video and audio tracks? I don't want to see like what's routed with what in the Docker unless we like open up the Docker interface.
Claude finished digging into it.
If I go to texture mode for the warping, I need like a grain size knob as well to affect the grain. And turn the warp into a drop down instead of four separate left to right buttons. And also give us a button to toggle warp on and off for the audio clip. So it's either warped to try to quantize it to the beat, or it's not at all. And it's just the raw clip with the original timing.
Video editor Claude completed the task. Claude finished the bug fix. Sprite animations, Claude paused to ask you something.
Remove the padding of anything that's in the device rack. I want it to be flush with the edge of the window. All right. let's get the captions and subtitles track to start working correctly. First of all, we need captions to be its own track above whatever the highest video track is. It just needs to always be present and pinned at like the top of the timeline. Even when I'm scrolling up and down through the tracks, we just need that as like a master thing at the top of everything. Actually, put it at the bottom. Have it always be pinned to the bottom of the timeline window instead. How much money do I need monthly for monthly subs to have this set up? What do you mean, faceless voice? Wait, like what part of the setup? The equipment, the being able to stream at the bit rate that I'm at, or what part? Or do you mean the AI subs? Tokens? I am only on $20 Codex and $100 Claude right now. And honestly, if I was on $20 Claude, I'd be doing pretty okay as well. I would be doing one less project right now if I was on $20 Claude. Like I wouldn't be doing a whole video editor from scratch or a whole audio DAW from scratch. I'd just use something I already have. How are the limits? Dude, they're great. I have a hard time even capping my tokens out. Using them all. Codex is insane. I'm building this whole audio DAW with just the $20 Codex sub because they're giving out free resets every single week. So with just the $20 sub, I have like 3 weekly and session resets stacked up. And you just keep maxing it out and maxing out and maxing out every session. And then after 3 days, you've fully maxed your week out, and then you just hit the reset button. So you can run one Codex agent nonstop on a really difficult task forever. What does it mean, reset? You have limits, right? That's what my meters are for down here on my stream or on my taskbar. My meters are for me to keep track. There we go. My meters are for me to keep track of my usage. So like my Claude session's going to reset at 3:30. My Codex resets in a week from today. My Claude resets in like a week from today. You know, so Claude, you have a session limit and you have a weekly limit. And the weekly limit, they're giving out complete full resets for free with Codex. Context, not a context limit. No. On Claude, you can just use the 1 million context as much as you want without extra. It'll burn more tokens a little bit because it's using more input tokens, but they cache stuff pretty aggressively. So it's not going to be like a huge difference. You're not burning like 4x the amount of input tokens just because you're sitting on the 1 million token context window instead of the 256K. Yeah, Codex the same way. You can toggle it between 256K context or 1 million, depending on what you're doing. 1 million is a good idea if you are working on something that requires interconnected knowledge of multiple code bases. So like these stream avatars are kind of like an example. If I have to do something that also touches the website where people can control the characters, and it touches the game project, and it touches the stream chat server that is listening for all the events on the stream, that's kind of an example of a task where I want a 1 million token context window instead, because there's a bunch of interconnected projects there it has to constantly be aware of, and I don't want it to forget about. You know what I mean? I don't understand how you can max at 250K context when working on a project, but then when you have to continue with it and your code base is huge, does it not immediately fill up with the context when you want to continue? What do you mean? No, you have to be strategic about what you load into memory. So if you go into a project, you start at 250K, fill it up, and come next day, you have 50K new lines of code. How do you continue filling it up the context? It the point is the whole game you're playing to be efficient with the problem solving capabilities of your agents is making sure it has the bare minimum, but all the important information that it needs to solve that problem that it's working on. You know what I mean? So what you're thinking about, what you're talking about, context window management is a part of the skill set of piloting the AI correctly when you're doing programming with AI. You have to think about, okay, out of those 50,000 lines of code, I need this thing to fix this one specific bug or add this one specific feature of the code base. So what are the relevant pieces of the code base that it needs to know to implement that feature or solve that bug? And you want to make sure that it only has the relevant pieces of information that it needs. You know what I mean? It's called context poisoning. If like you spin it up, hey, I want you to add this one feature, and then you throw a monkey wrench into it, and you say like, actually, can you also change like this little bit of UI thing and change the styling of this UI, like, and while you have it working on some low level performance task. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to mix it up like that or cloud it. That'll poison the context of that session that you're running with the agent. How you saw was important, or do you let the LLM mostly decides? As soon as you just tell it, like, I need you to implement this feature that does this, this, and that, it takes keywords from what you've just requested from it, and it searches the code base against those keywords that you asked it to, right? So I want you, I'm like asking it, like, I want you to work on animations for these characters, right? It'll take the word animations and it'll search the code base for where we're doing animation related code, and it'll pull in and read and grep the code that is relevant to the animation feature. You know what I mean? So that's part of the game. That's part of the tech behind Claude Code or Codex CLI in their terminal here is they've structured all those rules behind the surface to make it as efficient as possible without you having to micromanage it too hard on pulling the right things in. And then when it hits the context limit, it does a compaction, and it takes everything that's in the context window and it compacts it down. And that's a whole nother thing that is a big engineering, ongoing engineering improvement that they're constantly working on for Claude Code or anybody that builds an agent harness. Compacting and making sure you've kept the most important pieces in the context after you max the limit out and you need to compact it all is also a huge
Video editor Claude's done with the task.
Part of the strategy that you don't micromanage as the user when you're using a harness, but the person or company that designed the harness already did a bunch of that compaction optimization for you. So it also does that when it hits the limit. It does a compaction, and there's a lot of thought and effort and strategy that's gone into how the compaction process works. You know what I mean? I read that there are a bunch of .md files that help with that separation. Yeah, there is. That's the other thing is behind the hood, it has some kind of organizational structure of like its own little notebook or like wiki. I use this plugin called Graphify that does that gives it like a working notebook of the project structure and stuff. But there's a lot of plugins out there that people use that make it even more efficient on and more lean on how it goes and fetches the correct pieces of the code base that it needs to accomplish whatever the task is that you've asked it to do, you know? But so in terms of user piloting, the one thing I do is for context management, like you're talking about, is I have a bunch of skills that, like a command that's like slash sprite animations, and it preloads into the context window. You know, out of the 256K, like it probably gives it the first 10K or 20K that is super important and relevant for that specific feature that I know I'm going to use this agent for. Like, I want you to work on the UI part of the game engine. You know what I mean? I want you to work on the animations of the sprites. So that's what I do a lot is when I spin up a new agent is I preload into context specific pieces of the code base. And these skills are always being refined by agents. When they're done working or adding to this feature, I tell it, hey, update that skill, you know, so the next agent knows about these extra pieces of the feature now that you've added when I preload it. So that's one of the main things I use my skills for is loading specific things into context. Yeah, does that kind of make sense? That's sort of the only thing you really have to do for context as a user. There's two things. It's like one, it's useful to preload specific pieces of a large project base manually when you spin up a new agent, you know, to that fits its mission. And then part two is don't poison the context, which means don't go super ADHD on asking the agent that's working on UI to also work on low level performance, to also work on rendering, to also work on gameplay in my engine or something like that, you know? Don't confuse it and pull it in a million directions. Each Claude session you have, give it a specific mission. When it's accomplished its mission and you're done and it's completed, do /clear, clear the context or close it out, spin up a new agent, you know? So that's kind of the three. Thanks for the follow, man. That's kind of the three pieces of user skill that go into context management. And then a lot of the other half of this stuff has to do with the harness you're using and how they've engineered stuff to just work effortlessly, you know? How to learn how to code? What's up, Sam T3? I started programming when I was like a kid with I got some books. I was back in the day where you would read a book and you would use a website with like a PDF and tutorials and stuff you'd have to read. So I started with some books in like the early 2000s on programming with Python. I did some programming on a Lego robotics team when I was like in elementary school, and that looked a lot like Unreal Blueprints when we were coding Lego robots as a kid. So that was the earliest ways that I started learning how to code. And then I went to college for computer science, and that helped force me to practice more coding stuff and learn better computer science fundamentals. So I went to college for computer science undergrad, and then everything beyond that is like YouTube and practice and looking at example projects and stuff. Making your own projects, looking at example projects, watching stuff on YouTube. That was the rest of the learning curve. Yeah. I started in the day where you'd have to read a book, learn how to program. Like YouTube didn't even exist yet. Actually, YouTube had just come out that same year that I got my Python. YouTube didn't exist yet when I was doing Lego Roblox. Google had just come out like that year. Faces cheers. I need not to just write these things down, but to test and implement it step by step. Yeah, dude, you'll get a feel for it. You'll see the AI agent
Sprite
do
animations. Claude finished the task.
You'll see the AI agent do stupid stuff because you messed up and you made the mistake of poisoning the context. You know? And when that happens, like you'll learn just like you learn anything else. Like it just takes practice, but it's really interesting. You'll get a mental like feel for how to drive the model, how to steer it. They'll call it. you'll realize like, oh, it did this dumb thing because I'm dumb and I gave it too much information, or I didn't give it enough information, or I gave it the wrong information. You have to think, you're just putting in inputs and you're getting outputs, and you have to think about the model's transforming the input into an output of the result you're getting. So your job is to always think about how you're structuring the inputs that are going into the model. That's what you have control over, and that's what you can always improve at, right? Um, what is a book? Yeah, those don't exist anymore. They're gone. Sam T, thanks, man. Been wanting to get into it, but all looks so complicated. Wanting. Well, now is an easier time than ever. If you want to get good at coding, don't just let the AI do all the coding for you yet. Use it as a tutor. Ask the AI where to start, you know. And when it gives you some code example to do, type it by hand. Like type the code out by hand and try to understand it, then try to change it yourself by hand to do something different. But to get good at coding, now you're going to have to alternate between cycles of studying and learning with manual coding and doing stuff by hand and reading stuff and watching videos, and then building phases where you're trying to just build stuff with AI. I think that's kind of the way of the future now, is alternating between those two sort of phases. I actually think manually coding a prompt is actually a learning experience. Right now, my prompt has grown to be impractical size. So now I have to think about analyzing the input before even consulting the LLM. I'm using various LLMs as a rubber duck. That's pretty good. That's a good use. And you're still learning if you're doing it that way, as opposed to just letting it do all the coding for you.
Ad break incoming.
Ad break incoming. Are we going to get the party? Or are we going to get the ad gremlins? Got the party. I got to spice this party up a little more. 30% chance on the ad breaks that the feast happens instead of the invasion. All right. I'm heating up heating up my frying pan. I gotta cook some eggs or something. I'm getting starving. We went straight into streaming, skip breakfast for the most part. Does adding please help LLMs or make them dumber? I'm a big fan of talking to them like a person. I think they're so trained on human dialogue and text that you actually get better results when you talk to them like a person. General, my dad has a weird example where he found out like if he tells Claude good night or good morning, um, Claude will like literally if he says good night, it'll wrap everything up immediately. It'll be like, oh, you're going to sleep. Let me finish this and push this thing up and blah blah blah. It's like, all right, it's all wrapped up. And if you're like good morning, then it'll like pick up where you left off and it'll like get back. So like I don't know. That's just one example of how it can pick up on like normal human terminology and interactions and actually have like really simple normal human words. Like it reacts to it the same as like a person would in a lot of ways. So I don't think it matters that much. I wouldn't agonize over it. Like I say thanks sometimes just by default. Whatever makes you feel like it's working better for you, you know, try it with, try it without. I don't know. All right, guys, let's see if we can go prone. Haha. Okay, Trickery's like floating off the ground and he's reversed. He's like backwards. He's on his back instead of like on his belly when he goes prone. I wasn't able to try the other characters yet. Staged but not animated is now down to 2. Okay, so the world synths are now animated. Nobody has them picked out though right now, so I'm not in a rush to put them in. Goblin 2 is animated. He looks good. Talk to him as if you are in a GitHub commit. Missed Goblin 2? What do you mean? What do you mean he missed him? Tabbed out? It wasn't too much. He's there right now. Blobbar. There, Blobbar down at the bottom of the screen. Goblin with the blue cape. Goblin 2. You guys can change your characters, by the way, at this spot on the website. Yeah, you can change your characters. There's one that you feel like is extra cool. Yeah, the last guy that I need to animate is this dude. You like being a fat wizard though? Then stay as the fat wizard. Keep them. It might change the next time you log in. Or next time you show up here if you don't explicitly pick them, but you can just change them then if you want. Adding please tends to make the prompt take longer to parse. It also makes the response take longer to write as it interprets it as a cue to deliver polite response. Interesting. Sure, add the vertical track scrolling. And yeah, we're trying to add like the full caption, like editing and stuff. I want it to look exactly how we implemented it in Kdenlive. I like it, Jeff.
The stream tunes Claude finished the task.
Um, but when the bots take over, they'll remember you are nice. It's true. I find it funny that there's people out there still think AI can just randomly become self-aware. Yeah, that was the belief before, but we're seeing it's just like it's just this new form of like a calculator in a way, but it's more but it's got a lot more parameters and knobs on it. Like I heard a good comparison. Someone said that like an AI agent, it's like you're summoning like a ghost in a way. I think that's a pretty good take on the general vibe. Yeah, go ahead and commit them.
Claude completed the task. Claude finished investigating.
Hey, our FPS is only 30 with the camera feed and the shaders going through the engine. See if you can figure out how we can improve it.
Claude wrapped up the task.
Noble Red 1 and 2 prone can be exported.
Critter Claude finished digging into it.
This guy looks stupid. Prone. I think this one looked good though. That's about right. Sneerlin 1 and Sneerlin 3 are good to export. Frankie, what's up? Short, hi. Have fun, y'all. Thanks, man.
Critter Claude finished investigating.
You peak behind a curve on time. I see the Matrix very different from what people expect. Man, I really love the different view where I can see the changes. Which view? Funnily enough, intelligence isn't even a misnomer. AI does sort of replicate that part of the human brain. It also doesn't replicate all the other parts. Oh yeah, like I watched an interview with Terrence Tao, the famous mathematician guy. He's talking about it's a different type of intelligence. Like what we've learned is there's different types of intelligence. Um, you know, for sure. And AI and deep learning seems to be own type of intelligence with its own set of pros and cons and trade-offs that are different, like a human intelligence. One loose end still open from earlier. Want me to record the pipeline race fix? Yeah, sure. Fix the race fix. Don't worry about it. But yeah, go ahead and commit everything.
Claude has 2 questions for you. Zelaya, Claude paused to ask you something. Claude's done with the fix.
All right, guys. I'm back forth a little bit. I'm cooking some eggs right now. Your computer is boiling. You must sleep. My gosh.
Video editor Claude stopped for a clarifying question.
Go ahead and just start knocking them out in order that you listed. Right. Thanks for doing all that.
Claude wrapped up the investigation.
All right, let's see if my FPS got improved. Try to restart the characters.
Claude paused to ask you something.
Can you make an animation editing project for the world synths and for Sneerlin 2, please? Sneerlin 1 and 2 and Noble Red 1 and 2 have had their final prone images exported. All right, the shaders are dragging down the engine. It's a little better. We're at 40 FPS. It doesn't seem that much different. I just recorded a performance profile, so you can go check the logs for that. It looks like we need a lot more sub scopes underneath app update, so you can see what's contributing to that. But we've previously stress tested with 1,000 characters and 100 nameplates on screen before and had no performance issues. So it's definitely not the characters; it's all just the camera being added. Also, let me know if I should remove the camera source with the shaders from OBS, if that is running using double resources by also being present in OBS, even though it's hidden right now and not visible as a source.
Claude finished digging into it.
All right, I needed this Claude for something, and I can't remember what.
Stream Tunes Claude wrapped up the task. Claude has a question for you.
Dude, I've got so many GitHub repos now, it's just insane.
Claude needs your input before it continues.
All right, this one's cleared out. This one's done. This one's done. So we got a couple channels freed up now. This one's about to be done. These guys have to keep working. Okay.
Claude wrapped up the task.
Can you populate our plugin browser with our own plugins that we've already made and or are using um, on
Ad break incoming.
audio
Critter
effects
Claude
chains on the
wrapped up the
system.
investigation.
Yeah, so you say thanks, and then Claude updates its memories for stuff if you just say thanks at the end. Instead of being like, please go and update the memory related to the work that you just accomplished. Like, it'll just auto do that. Oh, we got battle this time. I need to make some eggs, you guys. I'm getting really sleepy because I need real food. Oh, I'll be right back.
Zlayer Claude finished the fix.
All right. Got some eggs. Mm-mm.
Critter Claude wrapped up the investigation. Z-Layer Claude finished digging into it. Stream Tunes Claude finished the task.
All right, you guys. I just needed I needed to eat something. I was falling asleep. How's everybody's projects going? I see we got three people lurking on YouTube right now. I appreciate it. If any Twitch people didn't know, I am multi-streaming to YouTube at the same time, and the YouTube stream does not have music. If my music bothers you for some reason, you just feel like listening to your own. I'd say we've been playing some pretty tame music overall today, though. It's been a pretty chill music day. Okay, there was some other stuff related to like the stream that I needed to do that I can't remember. I know for a fact there's something related to the mud project. Hey, the built editor for this mud has a lot of the old Linux issues where like I can't grab and move the window with the title bar. If I try to resize it, it's wrong. We fixed that in Marlequin, and I would hope that fix is not specific to Marlequin and that it is engine wide. I'm pretty sure it is because StreamTunes doesn't have that problem either. So please go investigate and check and rebuild the editor binary for this mud. Include those fixes.
Video editor Claude finished the fix.
Yeah, go ahead and do phase 5. Just keep knocking out everything that you feel like we need to have total parity, and then I'll QA test it all at once. All right, see if we can get a less extreme idle animation for this guy.
This is gonna be tricky. See if we can get cool stuff on this guy. Still need that couch, crunch, conch. What couch? Good Jeff. Here we got thought about animating 3 heads. Oh, for the couch for them to chill. You're animated now. Check it out, dude. Oh, they're hovering a little too high off the ground. Hey, the world synths are now they're hovering like a little too high off the ground now. So I'm not sure what's going on, but somehow their animations, the base line like landing point for their collision has a bunch of padding on the bottom. It's not level with the other characters.
Claude squashed the burger.
That's okay. It's Royal Frank. What, the animations? Yeah, look, you're animated now. They've got an idle animation. They've got like their walk is kind of weird because they are weird, but it was hard to get a walk like that. And they have an attack. I don't know what their attack looks like yet. You could test it. Do you want to test their attack out for me? The latency is really bad on the stream. It's like, oh my God, it says it's 5 seconds of latency. But, you're born weird. That's okay. Also, yeah, check out the website. You can pilot the characters now, but my latency on the stream is so bad. Like the only way we're gonna make this any fun is if and you've got a prone animation for some of them. I'm just sliding. Yeah, you should be able to press the attack button on the website, and we could see what the attack looks like. When players are manually piloting their characters, can we somehow give them a slightly higher like sort priority order over the other characters? Right now it's cool that they're like they flip-flop behind and in front of each other like kind of randomly when they're on autopilot. And I think it's doing it just sort of arbitrarily. They're all technically on the same Z layer. We should figure out how to intentionally split them up across like 3 to 5 Z layers and then or probably like 5, and then put the controlled player characters to be on like 4 or 5 as the 2 channels that they're like flipping back and forth between as they pass by other characters.
Dun, 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 dun. See what's going on with the doll.
Sprite animations Claude's done with the fix.
Can you remove the like labeling that they're LV2 or whatever from here and the folder that they're in? And just have like two folders at the top, kind of like how the samples has folders. Have one of them be like, just have it from like source. So have one of them be like null sound, and that it has the plugins that we are building from scratch. And then for the other ones, have just put them under a folder called like third party. And then make sure that I can drag and like drop these into the device rack. You have so many jobs. You must go to sleep though. All right, man. The ink puddle is the ground contact shadow. All right, let's restart the any day now. Man, it takes forever for these characters to load. This is okay as an idle. It's still very dramatic.
Video editor Claude squashed the bug.
Oh, that's perfect. Yes, dude, the shade shifters are gonna work. They sink down into a pool of shadows, and then the shadow pool puddle like moves.
It's pretty crazy. All right, that crash. Hey, it worked. We're getting some frames that are spiking at 25 milliseconds still, but otherwise it's pretty stable at about 60 most of the time.
Stream Tunes Claude squash the bug.
I recorded a couple frames for the profiler if you want to check. All right, got a little crash there.
Ad break incoming. Z-Layer Claude needs your input before it continues.
Okay, this is gonna be his idle. It's not the greatest idle, but I don't want to keep burning credits on that. Good enough. Nice, we got party event for this ad break. A little bit of a party time. We need to like VFX and stuff for this. I don't know what to do yet. Sweet looking. This is a really crazy idea. We'll see if it can do this one. For some reason, the whole window is like flickering rapidly when I open it up right now, and the plugin folder is open. My screenshot tool is broken. Can you save my position on the divider line for the timeline when I close the editor out? I'm trying to make the timeline taller, timeline space. And also, can you increase the height of the caption track by like 50%? It's a little too small. That was weird. Huh. I cleared it. All right, see if he fixed. Yep, he fixed the flickering here.
Something really weird is going on. Something very strange is going on. Oh, there it is. My screenshot tool on my desktop is like super laggy and it's freezing everything up. I don't know why. Hey, can we get I just dragged like the balance plugin to one of the channels and it just shows up in the device rack, but then it says no window or anything. Like there's no way for me to open it and like view the plugin GUI or the settings or anything. Can you figure out how we could fix that? Okay, so our almost every character is animated. We're just missing. That looks sick, except the scythe is the wrong direction. That's pretty good though. We'll use this anyways. Shade shifter 1. Attack. Thing. Okay, Shadeshifter 1 is ready for animation. He's a little bit unique as well in his movement. His move start, he sinks down into a puddle of shadows. And then the puddle of shadows has some animations on both the walk start and the run stop, where it's like got some rippling happening and it's staying still. We need to take one of those sections where like the ripples are happening and just ping pong it. And that's what loops for both walking and running for him. We'll just, again, we'll do like the world synth. We'll double the play rate for the run or whatever. And then for his run stop, there's a section where he emerges out of the pool of shadows. So that's how his movement works. His idle animation, we need to play at half speed from what I saw. And those move starts and the move stops where he sinks down and then rises up out of the puddle, those look like they're going to have to play at double speed once you're done setting them up. I'm going to feed my cat in a minute. She's being obnoxious. Want food? Right, all right. So, here for like, I don't know, like 30 more minutes or something. We're trying to stick to the 6 to 7 hour stream rule. I feel like delirious right now. I need a nap.
Video editor Claude finished the task.
But later, if you guys want to tune into my second channel, what I'll be doing on that channel after I take a nap and eat or whatever is tonight I'll be doing more video editing. I've got 4 YouTube shorts now lined up that I need to edit. And so we're going to edit 4 YouTube shorts. I'm going to apply to at least 2 jobs is my goal
for the end of tonight. And what's the other thing? Oh, we're gonna do a bunch of the tedious art related stuff for the environment art on the characters. So that's the other thing I'll be doing on the second channel tonight, because that's not really something where I can vocalize what I'm doing that much. It's just gonna be quiet drawing work and erasing work. It's gonna be really chill. Yeah, this has been a cool early stream. Hope you guys have enjoyed it. I figured I should try streaming at this time right now, because once I have to get a job again, I won't be able to stream during this window anymore at all. So yeah, so we gotta take advantage of it while we can. Oh, let's get that shade shifter animated. Uh, the native controls, if I drag on them at all, it's not changing the values whatsoever. Also, I need to be able to add plugins to the tracks by not only dragging into the device track, but also dragging onto the track rows themselves in the arrangement view. All right, so they made the caption track 50% taller. See if it saves this. Cool, it saved it. My God, it's driving me crazy. Okay, I mean, it looks good. But go ahead and add, like, being able to select individual words, because right now if I click on one word, it selects the entire row of caption words. And yeah, I don't see the orange like bracketing showing which groups are displaying at a time during the video either. Something else with the stream that I wanted to add. Can't remember. I don't know. I wanted one of these claws to fix something in the stream. All right, it's saying that I can open the editor. Hey, I just try to open the mud project and I'm not seeing anything. I think there is multiple instances of them open, but they're like invisible for this is a huge feature, but can you make a plan for how we're going to do the rendering of the StreamTune character scene in real time for people on the website so that when they're controlling, they see something that isn't lagged behind the stream by like 5 seconds. I think eventually we might expand this into a full on browser based game that uh, entering the stream is just like one of the like rooms or like areas or zones of the world that they can enter into because it's going to be strung together like zones like Maple Story is. All right, guys. We've been live for 6 hours. I'll keep going for a little bit of time until I feel like I've kind of run out of programming stuff to do. And then I will hop
Sprite
over.
Animations Claude finished the bug fix.
Nice. I'll hop over to my other channel, I think, because I need a nap. I feel sleep deprived right now. I'm very sleepy. I normally take a nap in the afternoon from staying up, till like 4 or whatever the night before. Let's see. What is this guy saying? Footpad, ground standing idle is solidified, opaque, trios, carries, shadow by rather.
Z-Layer Claude finished the task.
Let me commit the project side now. We color, yeah. All right, the shade shifter's been animated, so every single character now has the bare minimum basic animations. And what we're going to move into is we're going to make sure they all have the prone state for controlling. And we want to make sure they all have a jump state for when you control them. And then we need to make sure they all have eating and drinking animations for the table feast. They need cheer animations for when we get raided and stuff. You save this whole like automated nano banana posing pipeline somewhere. I'm not sure where to save it.
Stream Tunes Claude completed the task.
Maybe just in your global memories as a command, like slash character posing or something.
Video editor Claude's done with the task.
Cool. I can select individual ones now, and the group brackets are showing. The next thing is that visibly on the preview, I'm still only seeing one word at a time instead of the group of words. So one of the big programming challenges left with the video editor is I have to think about what the UX and UI design should look like for adding effects and keyframing effects and stuff. That's kind of a big feature. After using Kdenlive a little bit, I don't mind it. There is some weird things that bother me with it. But it's been pretty nice overall.
Claude completed the task.
So it's going to take a while
Ad
before I
break
can...
incoming.
Ad break incoming. Let's see what we get. Nice, nice. Getting powered up.
Z-Layer Claude wrapped up the investigation.
No. Yeah, he does have the water blast tag. It's pretty sweet. Uh, Pure carnage. The MMO endgame flips that. A per game zone game server becomes authoritative knowledge, while browsers are the others. Phases 1, 3 keep the authoritative cheap theme. Phase 4 is the rewrite gated. I'm improving. Yeah, I would hope the first few phases is just literally there's the one that's running on my machine is authoritative. There's only the one scene. And what people are seeing in their browser is just, it's just rendering in their browser. There's no actual like game server running on the server for the first version. And then we don't need to migrate to running like a separate game server until we start wanting to add new zones and areas that they can go explore that are not being shown in the stream scene. Yeah, guys. So here's what I'm thinking the future is for your characters in the bottom of the screen. I'm thinking that what we grow into in the future is when you guys go to the web browser to control your character like this, immediately to address the problem of the latency of the
Stream tunes Claude finished the task.
The stream being 5 seconds behind, your inputs, which is unplayable. What we'll do immediately is you're going to have a rendered version of the character scene up here. for you to see, and when you're playing, you get to see immediate feedback. Not immediate, but slightly laggy feedback of what's happening. And then what we'll grow it into is we can turn it into a mini MMO, kind of like Maple Story. And what will happen is the stream like scene will basically be like a town that you can visit. So your character will always be here on the stream, but when you go to play on the website, you can just like run to the right, and then you can like leave the stream scene, or you can open your inventory and teleport, use your Hearthstone or whatever, and teleport out of the stream scene into another zone in the map. So then you'll be playing like in your browser, but you won't be controlling your guy on the screen anymore. You'll be like exploring the world or something. And your guy on the screen will go back to being autonomous. And then when you want to come back and then like run around on the stream, then you just like, press a teleport button and teleport back to the stream scene. Like it'll be like the stream scene is an actual, zone or area in the world for you to go in and out of visiting, basically. Cool. Hey, when Trickery is prone, he is on his stomach when he's moving to the right, but as soon as I move to the left, it flips him around. He's facing the wrong way. He's facing upward. So it's doing like
finished investigating.
both a horizontal and a vertical flip. And that's probably affecting all the other characters that just have still images right now. If I start dragging, as soon as I it's only letting me do like one increment at a time when I drag. I can't just keep holding the mouse and then drag my cursor up and down a bunch. It needs to like as soon as I click and hold, it needs to capture my cursor and it needs to like hide it. You know what I mean? But keep listening for my mouse up and down inputs. Hey, the karaoke captions are not
I'm not sure what action you wanted, so I won't change anything.
cleaning up, or they're not unhighlighting as we move on to the next word. They're staying highlighted when it moves to the next word in the group.
Stream Tunes Claude squash the bug.
I don't see it anywhere. I just clicked on it in my taskbar and I don't see it. Hey, when we get a follower or subscriber, can we make the bars for the overlay for that? Can we make them do like a shake? What? I saw it and
Claude
then
finished digging into it.
my like content browser and hierarchy viewer and stuff were not docked at all. It like broke their positions that were saved. Then I just tried to dock the content browser into the lower part of the window and it just crashed it, I'm pretty sure. Hey, when we get a follower or subscriber on the overlay bar, can we make it do like a shake animation?
Claude has a question for you. Video editor Claude finished the fix.
Weird. Hey, okay, yeah, looks good now. And yeah, go ahead and add more of the editing
Claude
functionality.
paused to ask you something.
So, uh, double the size of the link icons. They're a little hard to see and they're going to be hard to click on. Add the ability to Alt plus left click the links to break the links. And then when I slide around the division point on the linked words, they both need to change their length. Right now, just one of them changes their length and it behaves like they're not even connected at all. And then the hotkey in Kdenlive for linking clips was Shift plus A. And we need it to work. If I hold Shift and I click on another caption word, that's multiple words away, then it needs to highlight and select all of those words in between. If I hold control and I select individual words, then it selects them individually. But when I have words that are multiple, if I have multiple words selected or they're multiple words apart, and I hit Shift A, then we want everything in between to all be linked at once. And if I hit Shift A and I link two words that have a gap between them, and they need a link, and then they need a meet the midpoint to fill that gap between them. Right, there we go. we're getting our caption editing tools in our custom video editor to be on par with what I built in Kdenlive here. This is pretty great. I like Kdenlive, honestly. I like what I ended up with in it. There wasn't an urgent need to replace it. I just noticed like the perf wasn't great, and I was like, okay, I kind of do have a lot of Claude tokens to burn, and I sort of do like the challenge of building a video editor from scratch. And I think I can have something just so much more slimmed down. Like, there really is just so many unnecessary tools. Overwrite, extract timeline zone, lift timeline zone, favorite effects, start preview, like overwrite clip zone, like what mix clips, like what do I need all this stuff for? I don't need all this stuff for just making YouTube shorts out of the stream. So I feel like it's a little bit bloated for my specific use case as well. I think if somebody was trying to make like a really legit longer form YouTube video, you might start needing some more of the features in that. Only about 1.5 seconds lag on the jump. Yeah, that's the average time on the stream for lag. When you're controlling the characters, it's not too bad. We're gonna make it where they're rendered in the web page though, so it'll be like 200 milliseconds of lag, I think, when we get it working on the web page. I'll be right back. RB. Oh, everybody just tuning in. We got 3 people lurking on YouTube right now. FYI to all the Twitch people, if you want to watch the stream without music, you can switch over to the YouTube version. No problem, you know? Yeah, I was going to go to sleep, take like a little nap or something and switch over to my second channel, but there's like 20 of you guys here, so we might keep going for a little bit, for another hour or two, till Europe is fully asleep. I'll be right back.
Claude is asking you a question.
All right. Might make some tea or something so I can stay awake. This has already been fixed in Null, Harlequin, and Trick Dream Tombs. Go look at what done and figure out why the Null mud is acting like an exception. Let's check. I'm pretty sure that this isn't a problem either in Prexnet. Yeah, we need to fix up the web browser. Um, the three-dimensional web browser is going to be something I think I'll make a Reddit post about. Pretty sweet.
Video editor Claude completed the task.
All right. Let's check a little bit on social media stuff. Okay. What's going on with the video editor?
Ad break incoming.
Hey, if I like hover over the link icon, what it did in Krita is it highlights it as red and it overrides, detecting the word length size like divider like mover. Um and yeah, and it changes like the icon too, right? Of the cursor to like a normal cursor. So I need that behavior when I hover over the link icons to know that when any action I do, it's gonna affect like deleting the link instead. Also, there's some kind of like weird hitch with like my whole desktop after I close the editor out. So I don't know if it's crashing or something each time we close it out or what's going on. All right, you guys. Thanks for chilling. After this ad break battle, I think it's about time to wrap up the early day stream today. In it though. Oh, we're all dead. All right, guys. I was saying during the commercial break, I think we're gonna minute here. I'll wait till you guys are alive. Um, if you want to keep hanging out later, tune in later. I will be streaming on my new second channel called Troy Works. I'll wait till everybody's alive again. Yeah.
Yeah, we vibed, coded our minds out today. We vibed a lot. We burned a lot of tokens. The video editor and the audio editor are slowly coming online. They're a slow build. They're a slow grind. They'll be pretty dope once they're done, though. I still need to go back to Windows sometimes for a few projects. And Ableton is, I'm not going to be able to beat Ableton, but I just wanted an audio editor in Linux that can do a lot of the basic stuff that I like to do. And I also just like it for the challenge. We're gonna raid. There's a lot of people streaming. This really is the busy time on Twitch. Like, this is crazy. When it's late at night with 15 viewers, it puts you in the top 10 typically. Yeah. Yeah, so the schedule for main channel, I'll be here for a late night, my normal late night hours tomorrow. We're gonna do like a 6-hour stream from 9 p.m. Pacific till 3 a.m. I might do one of these early morning streams again on Thursday. And then we're gonna be doing our like typical like marathon kind of things on like Friday and Saturday. Yeah. I think we'll raid Team Vash. I haven't gotten to raid them in a while. So we're gonna send them a raid. And yeah, what else is happening? Oh yeah, this is my second channel. I'm posting a link. I'll be on this stream later. I'm going to, what we're gonna do on the stream is just more slow, like boring stuff. I'm not gonna be as like yappy and vocalizing what I'm doing out loud on this stream. I'm just gonna be grinding on this channel. I'll be doing lots of cleanup work on like the artwork for the characters. So we'll be on the drawing tablet doing some slow progress on stuff. I'm going to be editing videos and YouTube shorts for my YouTube channel. I've got 4 more like things that I've clipped over the last week that we need to turn into shorts. And I'm going to apply to two jobs at least. I'm going to apply to at least 2 jobs tonight. But first I'm going to take a nap. I'm probably going to eat again, take a shower, chill out. So I have no idea when I'll be on this channel later. This channel is going to have no schedule, and it's just going to be whenever I feel like it. I'm going to go live on it, you know? But yeah. So that's the plan for the rest of today. I might see you guys later. I might not. You're hanging out. Send a raid to Team Bash. No. I guess it's not a good night anymore. If I'm streaming this early in the day. Whatever. All right, see you guys later. Just chilling. Send the raid. Let's send the raid. Hello? Oh, I'm not signed into the right account on this browser. All right, rating Bash. Thanks for tuning in. See you guys later. Peace.